What's up? Hopefully I'm live. Hopefully this is working. uh, Let me just see. Looks like I am. Oh my goodness. I can't really tell. Hello there. I guess it is working. Alright. So I made a few changes to the stream setup. Quite late today, aren't we? It's 9 a.m. for me. So, US Pacific. So, I'm assuming we're pretty different. What's up? Doing alright. There's a few days where I haven't been sleeping well. I think yesterday I got like 4 hours of sleep, and then today I got like a solid 8 hours, so I think it's alright. For me it's 10 p.m. Sorry. Can't please everyone. So I made a few filters to the mic. I'm not 100% sure if y'all will like it. So please, throughout this entire stream, please let me know if... Oh my gosh, my nostrils are... Ugh. Anyway, please let me know if there's anything wrong with the stream at all. Mic, setup, all this. Dude, focus on your work if you have shit to do, at least. Anyway, yeah, please, if there's anything that happens this stream that you do not like the setup at all, just please let me know. Let me know in the chat. I'll be able to change it. The chat, this chat right here, this chat right here, brand new. It's not going to be like the box default Streamlabs shit, so I'll be able to like make changes to it or whatever, size of font, whatever. I'll be able to make all those changes to it. But right now this is what we have, and it's an easy work. I can have you a kid in the background. Yeah, so just be sure that... Can you bring girls next time? Sorry, no, I'm single, so fuck no. Anyway, right here. Okay, so now this is an issue that I couldn't fix. So now all the chat messages will pop up from the bottom. We finally reached that point where they'll start popping up from the bottom. It's been slowly climbing down, and now it's finally gonna pop up from the bottom. So yeah, it's a weird fucking thing. How's the music? Is it alright? Maidenless? Yeah, shut the fuck up. How's the music? Is it alright? Hopefully the delay's not that bad. It seems like the delay is bad. So it's nice. Alright, nice volume. Good, good, good. I'm only going to keep this music on during the actual... while we're just chilling. Persona music is always welcome. I feel like it's overused, though, by streamers because of it not being, like, copyright claimed or anything. You just see, like, random people who don't even play Persona use this music just because it's good music. It's good, yeah. And it's repeatable, too, because it's from a game. Could use more Yakuza music. Fuck you. Fuck you, I'll do it. Overused doesn't mean bad. Yeah, I know, but it's not ideal. You don't want overused music in the stream, but it's alright. It's fine. We live, maybe, yeah. I see. I don't know what that is. I might know it if you got rid of the abbreviation, but yeah. How many viewers do we have? 6. Okay. Alright. So looks like we can get started until this Bakami Tai hits its peak. All the bad moves I did in chess. Beautiful. I don't know the words. Fucking hell. From the same song as Shadow of the Colossus, and nah. I'm not familiar with that, so I'm not gonna play it. I'm not familiar with that music, so I'm not gonna play it. Alright, so we get to move on to the reading page. And this is how it's gonna look now. Chat will still be beneath me. Valkyrie Rising, no. That shit's such a meme. So here it is. Again, if you don't like anything about it, please let me know and I'll be able to make changes to it. Like, if you don't like the border, then I could change that. Just play Coconut Mall. Yeah, the Coconut Mall just vibes with this current setting, yeah? Fucking hell. Anyway. Enough of that music. We're here to read. Oh. I'm gonna hold up. We're gonna stay here for a little bit, because in case you haven't seen the Reddit, I just got volume 15, baby. Volume 15, but as you can see, there's a weird thing here. It is not a separate piece of paper, it is part of the fucking thing. So, I'm going to spend the beginning of this stream dissecting it. Let's get some scissors. Alright. Now this is gonna be stressful. First page of the extra chapter, that's where this fucking thing is. And shit, the scissors almost fell on my fucking lap. Okay, well. Let's hopefully get this thing done. Alright, here we go. It's like 500 pages, not 500, 400, it's pretty fucking big. Hate when that happens to books, I hate it too. Alright. This doesn't fit. No! Not both. Don't. No. This doesn't fit either, but I don't care. Eyeball it. That wasn't a perfect cut, but I think it's better than nothing. Alright. Fuck. Alright. It's not the best cut. It's not the best cut. Fuck. It's not the best cut. It's not the best cut. But we did it. For any of you who don't have volume 15, y'all want these 2 pieces of paper? Hopefully it's not just an elaborate excuse to accidentally cut out the Eris chapters. No, it's not. I'm not that much of an Eris hater. I gotta put the scissors away. Fucking hell. Yo, you want it? Hopefully it's available in your region on Amazon. I think it's still in stock in Amazon. Let me actually check. Yeah, it's still available on Amazon. And I don't want to risk importing it. So it's available in the US, at least. It's available in the US. Yeah. Can't really say much else. Alright. You gotta fucking stop, bro. Alright. Anyway. So yeah, another book added to the collection. Yes. As you can see, I had some damage for it being in the sunlight, That's fucking beautiful. Now it's not in the sunlight, and now it's just like this. Sad. But I am missing volume 11 and 2, 3, and 4, but we have the rest of them, as you can see. Volume 1 just recently got, volume 5, volume 6, volume 7, volume 8, volume 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. And now, finally, we can add 15 to the list. Beautiful. Beautiful, yes, beautiful. Anyway. Yeah. Just gonna put that there. Alright. And now, I'd say it's about time to start. Nice collection. Thank you. I enjoy supporting the source material whenever I feel like it. Whenever I feel like it, I always love supporting the source material. Sometimes I don't feel like it, sometimes meaning often. But Mushoku Tensei deserves it. One of the benefits of being in America. You can actually start the fucking... you can actually start the collection. Because I think in the US, let me go through every single one that's available right now. Volume 1's available on the Amazon. Volume 5, 6, 10, 11's available, but yeah. 12 and 15. Those are available in America, but I have a lot of international viewers, so not all of you can get it. I think about 20% of you are from the US. They can because there's no Russian translation of Mushoku Tensei light novels. You can read English, it's fine. Just read it in English, bro. Man. So, I think I'm gonna put this away. Ugh. Okay, rip. Oh yeah, once again, this thing came in like a damaged state compared. It's similar to Volume 14. I don't know why. I really don't know why. But it really got damaged in the middle of shipping. Like, you'll be able to see here, it's not, the spine is not great. Again, I'm going to compare it to the best freaking new condition I got. Volume 10. This shit's pristine. PSA 10 shit. What is this? I just ordered it. It came out yesterday. And it's like, what? But I want to convey everyone to reading it. Sag. Alright. So, I'm gonna put this right here. I don't care. I don't feel comfortable having all these books on top of each other on my bed, but it's whatever. Alright. Let's have the spine face y'all. Let's just... I'm gonna be strategic about this stacking. The more important ones first, you know? Alright. And now we'll finally start. I've been stalling for 21 minutes. No, 17. I forgot. I actually clicked the go live button at like 4 minutes into my stream. So, we will start now. And let's go. Mushoku Tensei Web Novel. Not light novel, web novel. Volume 20. The Zanoba chapter. I like to go buy them at Barnes and Noble just to see if there's any weeb girls. I'm sorry, but you're not. Dude, I'm sorry to say this, but you're not gonna run into any girl Mushoku Tensei fans, at least from what I see, because you know that fucking meme video I made, Turning Point 4 in a nutshell, that has 7,000 views right now. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that shit it's baffling. Give me a second here. I am pretty sure it is still at what I think it is. But, yep. Male and gender ratio. Male 100%, female 0%. We have no fucking female viewers on this channel. So I doubt you're gonna run into any Mushoku Tensei fans. It's gonna be sad. I'm sorry. I am sorry. No. Did you fix that? Yeah, I fixed it. I fixed it. Don't worry. Bruh. You guys thought? And of course, the rest of my videos are still 100% male, 0% female. The Mushoku Tensei is fucking weird, okay? There are no female readers, there's no female audience. There is none. You can't find it. It is non-existent. Comment below if you're a female. Nah, I'm just kidding. I know that the metric doesn't take in all viewers, but it takes a significant amount, and 100% male when it's 7K views. It's just fucking hilarious to me. Cute boys, shut the fuck up. Bro just destroyed all my hopes and dreams and brought his whole stats into play. Is it one of the biggest Mushoku Tensei YouTubers female? Hey, we don't talk about that. That's an anomaly. I just love the fact that 7K viewers, 7K views on this one video, and it has 100% male viewership. That shit's funny. I don't care. That anomaly with the, I think she's not. I don't think she's even a Mushoku Tensei YouTuber. I think she's just like a freaking Is she just like an isekai? What the fuck? I'm pretty sure she's just like mainly an isekai YouTuber. But yeah, it's I'm sorry. I am I am I am so sorry. Let me just so my oh shit. All right. So, I mean, I used to be a big fan of ReZero 2, still am, but I tried reading that web novel and that shit was boring. That shit was boring. And looking back on season 2, one of my favorite season, there are some flaws. There are some major flaws with pacing, but you know, I have something else. Anyway, let's actually go.
Chapter 200.
Oh
Zanoba's
fuck,
resolve.
this shit's loud.
Magic University.
There you go.
Research building. Zanoba's research lab.
Let's go.
6 individuals are in a circle around a table.
Please tell me if it's too loud or not.
Ellen, Elise, Julie, and Ginger standing as if to surround us. Ellen Elise is holding her baby, so really 7 people are present. Zanoba looks very troubled, and Cliff agitated. Julie also looks troubled, and Ginger looks ready to burst in tears. Even Ellen Elise looks flabbergasted. An unhappy mood permeates the air. Zanoba, calm down, can you start again from the top, this time with details? Okay. Zanoba is expressionless, which is terrifying since he usually has a smile on his face. It's like he's a different person entirely. This morning, a soldier from Chiron delivered a letter to yours truly.
ReZero is pretty good.
Letters, which I'm currently holding.
Too soft. Shit.
The envelope is sealed with the Chiron Kingdom crest and Pax's signature, with 3 letters sealed within. The first details the political turmoil in Chiron Kingdom in the last half a year.
Does that work?
The gist of it was about how the 7th Prince Pax, who was sent off to study abroad at Kingdom of Dragon King, gained their backing, and returned to Chiron Kingdom. Then he initiated a coup, murdered King Chiron, as well as rest of the royal family, and became the new king of Chiron Kingdom. The contents seem to prattle on with praise for Pax. The second letter concerns what happened after the coup. It's mainly about how most of the country's ministers and generals were replaced or escaped from Chiron. As the population declined in Chiron, its effective combat force declined as well.
I know
Once
there's delay, so I'm not increasing it any further. Tell me again.
Because Chiron lacks the force necessary to defend itself, a plan was hatched to recall the Miko Zanoba to defend his home nation. The letter is written with a political change is necessary, so Pax did nothing wrong tone. The third letter is an official letter to recall Zanoba. It includes a cancellation of the previous king's order and an order to return home. It even has the seal of King Chiron stamped on it, very official looking. Basically the 3 letters are Pax's heroic tales, excuse, and draft letter. The coup led to a decline in their fighting force. Reinforcements are necessary to stave off enemy attacks. It sounds like a bunch of excuses, but they kind of make sense. Of course, a question remains about how useful Zanoba is in combat. But Zanoba is quite famous in Chiron, so recalling him alone should at least help with the troops' morale. But considering that they have the backings of the Kingdom of Dragon King, why not leave national defense to them? I don't know the situation on the ground, so maybe there are reasons why that's not possible. No alliance is set in stone. If the letter didn't mention protection from the Kingdom of Dragon King, it probably isn't possible. Pax and Zanoba had a history together. 8 years ago, with Zanoba's help, I destroyed Pax's scheme. As a result, Pax was sent off to study abroad in the Kingdom of Dragon King, and Zanoba was sent off to study abroad in Renoa Kingdom. If Pax still holds a grudge, he won't let Zanoba off that easily. So maybe this draft letter is really a trap for Zanoba. Well, leaving that aside. The problem now is what to do. What will Zanoba choose? Then, given the situation, what will you do? I'll follow the order to return to Chiron and join the battle. Here's the problem. No matter if it's Cliff or Ginger, they all disagree. They could understand if Zanoba wanted to return to avenge the previous king. They could also understand if Zanoba chose to disobey the order too. But Zanoba did neither. Even though it's obviously a trap, he's going to comply. With Pax. With the usurper. You have no reason to go. That's what Cliff said. He thinks the chance of a trap is high. Or rather, he already decided that this is a trap. You want to take a chance, but this is obviously a trap for your life. In a coup, the most obvious thing to do is to eliminate the entire royal family, to avoid problems down the line. Cliff himself has been affected by the political struggles underway at Holy Kingdom of Meles. If his father the Pope loses, his life will be in danger. Eliminate an enemy by killing his entire clan. It's only natural. And even if the enemy attack is real, what good will you do on your own?
I
Maybe
appreciate
not much.
those who
Regardless, I'm a
like
Miko
the
after all.
memes
So what?
or like the
Frustrated,
streams.
Cliff slams the table with a
The
bang.
streams mainly.
Zanoba lets it pass. Even if you beat back the enemy, have you considered what Pax has planned for you? Cliff knew about why Zanoba was sent out of the country. When was he told?
Uh,
Probably when I was telling him about how Zanoba and I first met. That's why he...
so which volume of Mushoku Tensei do you think is the best? It is between 15 and probably 14. One of these two. One of these two. Volume 18 of the web novel was good too. Volume 17 for light novels. But I don't think I was as interested as these two. And uh yeah, you also have Volume 12. Volume 12 is really good too. Volume 11 is a personal favorite of mine. I think that's severely underrated, but yeah. Turning Point 4 hits way too hard. I don't know why they split it into two different volumes though. That's really concerning. Uh I did not approve of that at all. I did not approve of separating it at all. But my favorite is 12, but I think the best is 15. Yeah, I think there are some pacing issues with 12. I think there are a few moments that go a bit slow, but for how much that happens, I think the overall pace is great, but it's just like a few moments are just like unnecessary, I think. At least from what I remember, it's been a while since I've read it. Volume 11 slaps. Hey, another Volume 11 connoisseur. Uh, Turning Point 3 was pretty good, wasn't it? Yeah. Turning Point 3 was pretty good. It wasn't as impactful as Turning Point 4, but Turning Point 3 was really good. 5 or 15 for me. Love 11 too. See, you got some fans in there. I don't think you can beat the final volume. I don't know yet. Sorry. uh, yeah. Uh, that's fucking weird. For some reason, the chat on OBS is. Oh no, it's the other way around. 20.4 is my favorite, so volume 14 of 15. This is as bad as spoilers in the beginning of volume 12. Yeah, I love 11. I just like 12 more. Okay, okay, okay. You simpleton. You like action. You like action. Yeah, you're one of those volume 15 shills, huh? You inferior cuck. No, yeah, I like the action volumes a lot. The heavy action ones, they're pretty good. They just a very dramatic change in tone. It's crazy. Um, but yeah, I have a feeling that this one's gonna be really good too. I have a feeling that Volume 20 is gonna be great, but again, we have to read it. But yeah, dude, I'm surprised that they. Should I be surprised? I just never thought about their reaction to it. Ginger and Cliff's reaction to this letter. I fucking hell. But the thing is, if he goes back, I doubt that Pax is gonna predict that uh fucking Orsted subordinates on Zanoba's side. I doubt he's gonna I doubt he's gonna know about that. I doubt he's gonna know that Rudius is fucking OP as shit now, but yeah. Hey, Kuba. Kuba, I don't know how to pronounce. I'm bad at pronouncing names. Anyway, I'm just gonna keep going.
Knows what kind of person Pax is. Maybe his opinion was biased, but I can appreciate why he's so adamantly opposed. He'll probably get rid of you after he's finished using you. That's why he was saying this. But I agree with Cliff on this one. Assuming that war is really on the horizon because other countries are invading. Assuming that Pax really wants Zanoba's power. Assuming that Zanoba returns to Chiron, using his Maiko power, solves the crisis. Then what? As royalty, third Prince Zanoba, what kind of existence is he for Pax? When enemies attack, Zanoba has value. He might even be considered the savior of a nation. He might even become really popular among the soldiers that he saves. What would Pax think about someone like that, with the same royal blood flowing in his veins? No doubt he'll be a hindrance. A potential threat to his position and survival. When Pax considers this, what will he do? That's obvious. Zanoba, I think so too. It's highly
Someone's sitting on your bed. What the fuck? What the fuck do you mean?
probable. After I concur with Cliff's opinion, Zanoba nods seriously. He should know well that Pax still holds a grudge and might
Those
make an attempt on his
trolls
life.
won't get me,
But
bro.
I must go. Even though Zanoba
I've been
agrees with us,
looking at
he
my
still thinks he needs to
OBS camera for
What?
like this
I don't get it at
entire
all.
time,
What?
bro.
Because this is an official order of the kingdom. Zanoba replied. True, the stationery has the king's stamp. Forget the previous king's order, immediately drop out of school, and return home, that's the order. But that order comes from Pax, right? The king has changed. There's no need for you to comply. Shisho, if everyone disobeys their orders just because the king has changed, then the country cannot survive. Even if you say so, he didn't become king through the proper channel. Isn't he just a usurper? No matter how he did it, the reality that Pax is the king does not change. Is that so? Yeah,
Pax
in
is
my
a
previous
whole
life this
chat
happened in
item
many countries as well.
on
What would the ministers of a country do in this situation? Would they keep working even under the usurper? Zanoba, you really want to work for Pax? That's not the case. Slowly, Zanoba shakes his head.
Call Zanoba a Chad, please. Don't call Pax a Chad. Bro, the thumbnail is the way it is for a fucking reason. Bro, Pax is a fucking... Pax is probably an Aisha fan, as well as a Roxy fan. But he's probably an Aisha fan. That's how it goes. I'm sure he is. The creep that he is, he's gotta be an Aisha fan. If he ever decided... If there was a world where Pax would read Mushoku Tensei, he's probably an Aisha fan. You'll understand eventually, my man. Okay, well.
There's nothing we can do. Zanoba refuses to listen, regardless of what we say. Realizing that frustrates me. Then what? I unconsciously raised my voice. Even though you know you'll be killed, and you don't plan to follow him, then there's no reason for you to go.
Yeah,
why are you so stubborn?
That blowing my
Or is he
nose
afraid
is
of the
pretty
consequences?
fucking loud.
If
Never
Zanoba
mind.
refuses a
I
direct
probably
order,
will
Chiron
avoid
Kingdom might
that.
retaliate. But this is Renoa Kingdom, it'll take at least half a year to rush here from Chiron.
Yeah,
if I ask
know.
Ariel for a favor, he should be safe as a refugee in Azura Kingdom. Due to the coup in Chiron Kingdom, to escape the danger I'm exiled to Azura Kingdom.
Texas
But I don't
speech
know
is
whether
too
that excuse of
fast.
exile will work.
The problem is, dude, with the text to speech being too fast, we will be here for fucking years if we don't have this text to speech this fast. That's the issue. We will be here for fucking years before we finish Mushoku Tensei. If I decide to make this chat go make the text to speech go any faster, it's any slower. It's fucking. I'm sorry, but it's the way it is. In my opinion, Pax is a bit cringe. Ugh. Yeah.
My reason. Zanoba laughs at my confusion. A different laugh from his usual, natural one. A forced laughter. Shishao, you're aware that for Chiron Kingdom I'm considered a nuisance. Not really, since you're a Maiko. Yes, but I'm a Maiko that murdered royal blood because of my lack of self-control. Hearing this, I suddenly recall Zanoba's nickname back at Chiron Kingdom. The head-ripping prince. He ripped off the head of Princess Escort's newborn, his own brother, a mad prince. It doesn't need to be said, killing his own relative without reason, even royalty can't escape that unpunished. But, Zanoba himself was left untouched for that, even though his own mother was forced out of the country. I was forgiven, because I am a Maiko.
Yeah.
Because they believe one day I can be of use.
Yeah, that wasn't his fault though. He just grabbed the child and it just snapped his neck on, or ripped the head off, unfortunately.
Zanoba has married before.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, I don't know that shit. Wait, what the fuck? He did it twice? Wait. What the fuck? Wait. Oh my gosh, wait, that happened twice? I did not know that. What the fuck? What, am I just an idiot who just never picked this shit up? Or what? Oh my gosh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Man, that thumbnail's really coming in through, dude. What the fuck? No, he wasn't married twice. He ripped a person's head off twice. It wasn't even a newborn. It was a full ass adult. He's a ticking time bomb in Sharon. I don't know if the anime mentioned it. It's not just the anime. It's about the fucking. I don't think they mentioned it in like volume 7 through 9, right? I don't think they did. So it's weird. It's fucking weird. He ripped his wife's head and never get married again. Yes. Zanoba, my man. Zanoba, my man, he just kills people and you're like, yeah, my man. Hey, my man, let's go. It happens, he's just a bit clumsy.
Wedding night he ripped her head off. This caused a crisis in the kingdom.
Wedding night!
Even though she said some unforgivable things, which I never planned to forgive, but punishing me for the resulting conflict would not be unreasonable.
What
Zanoba
the
looks at me as he
fuck?
says
Wait!
this. But I was not punished. Then, he sighs, and as matter of fact he continues. Shisho, do you know why the kingdom let me live? I have no answer. Zanoba continues. After that, I met Shisho, and the country kicks this troublesome me out of the country. It would be perfectly...
So it was out of anger. What the fuck, Zanoba? Hopefully Julie calms you down a little bit, but holy shit. Bruh. It was mentioned in volume 10 that Zanoba was divorced with no details, but no details were mentioned. It wasn't divorced.
reasonable to sentence me to death then, but I was merely sent abroad. I wasn't just exiled, but instead sent to Sharia. The kingdom even spent heavily for my living expenses. What do you think is the reason? I know where Zanoba is going with this. I get why the kingdom left Zanoba alive. So at the moment of crisis, I can save the kingdom. I have no answer to Zanoba's strong reasons. Even Cliff can only stare. Only Ginger looks understanding, pained. Fighting for my kingdom is my duty. This is why I'm left alive. It's for this reason my nation forgave my transgressions. That's why, I must go. Otherwise, if I wait for the kingdom to be attacked, it'll already be too late. Rather, the enemy might already be attacking. That's why I must make haste. He's right. As repayment for nurturing him, letting him live, he has to repay his kingdom. A debt must be repaid, that's only natural. Perhaps...
Hold up, I'm gonna chill for a second. We have 18 viewers right now, and 17. We have 17 viewers right now, and if you haven't already, please subscribe. I beg you. I beg. Anyway, yeah. Shilling's done. I'm not gonna do it for the rest of the stream until the very end.
Thought he should have headed back during Pax's coup. But
well, it can be called divorce in some way. Yeah.
It will further degrade the nation's combat strength. Chiron Kingdom might really face destruction. That's why he will obey.
Too much pressure the first time with a new wife. Okay.
Zanoba, this isn't like you. Weren't you a more free, selfish person? Shouldn't you be saying, this has nothing to do with me? More importantly,
head gone.
Look at this doll. Look at these exquisite details. Aren't you that kind of character? But I can't say that. That's not right. Honestly, I want to tell Zanoba you can let this slide. But, that's not right. You will get killed. I only have this to say. Zanoba replies. If the motherland wants me dead, then I can only die. Resolutely, he answers. Maybe if you ask the warriors of the soldiers of the old Japanese army, they might answer the same.
Some random person is calling me.
I need to stop him. I don't want Zanoba to die. But, I can't just be straightforward and reject him. Because Zanoba right now is looking straight at me. Or maybe I have changed. I have nothing to say. I don't know what to say. Shisho, Cliff, please don't look like that. Zanoba shows a happy smile. His usual smile. When I was in Chiron, duty was never a thing on my mind. But after meeting Shisho, meeting Cliff, meeting Nanahoshi, after living here, I thought about a lot of things. About what my purpose in life is. And that's how, his conclusion became protect motherland. How did he connect the time we spent together with protecting motherland? I don't get it at all. Ha, that might sound presumptuous, even I don't really know how that came about. Ha ha ha. Zanoba laughs, but I can't. I don't want to argue about his conclusion. Whether it's right or wrong, it's only up to him to decide. I can only respect his choice. The only thing is, what happens with that choice, that is, if Zanoba dies. I don't want that to happen. Zanoba is my dear friend. Thinking back, he has always been by my side. He is the one that came to my aid in Chiron. When I came to the university, if I hadn't met him, I might not have the friends I have now. Meeting Rainia and Persona, that was because of Zanoba's dolls. Without Zanoba, Cliff, and I might not have got along like we are right now. When we
Alright, to answer your question, how much content will second season cover? Because it's probably going to take 15 years to cover all this. I'll be 32 by then. Well, you'll probably be alive by then. That's the positive side. So, how much content will the second season cover? If I had to guess, it's gonna be, if it's 24 episodes, it's gonna cover volumes 7 through 12. If it's only 12, then it's gonna cover 7 through 9, I think, because that's the pace that it's been going at. Three volumes every 12 episodes. That's what it looks like. So yeah, 12 or 11 episodes, because the first season was 23. So yeah. Yeah, so this is I should probably warn y'all. You should not be here if you're an anime only and want to stay in anime only. It's probably not a good decision to just spoil yourself on this. Probably not. Yeah. So
The magic continent together, he single-handedly held back Adolf. The magic armor as well, without him, making it would be impossible.
So
Now that I
yeah,
think-
there is no fucking way that we're gonna reach turning point 4 in the second season unless they just ruin the pace and unless they just make the pacing just fucking horrible. So unless they turn this into a Promised Neverland situation, I doubt we're gonna get turning point 4 in the second season. So yeah, if I had to predict something, I think that I honestly think like they'll stick with the 24 episode rule per season, so that way they have the they have volumes 7 through 12. 12 ends with like, I'm gonna talk about spoilers. Please click off if you have not read the fucking light novels. Please click the fuck off. This, unless you don't care about spoilers, then stay on. But holy shit, Volume 12 ends with Paul dying and Rudius going through his whole grief stage with both his past life parents and Paul. So volume 12 is where it ends, and then the next season you'll end at volume 15 for the first core. I'm pretty sure that they're going to separate into core 1, core 2, similar situation where they have like at least a season in between as a break. I think they'll reach it. Yeah. I mean, who would enter live stream called Mushoku Tensei Web Novel Volume 20 reading and think they wouldn't get spoiled? I'm sorry, but some people are weird. I'm sorry. So I have to remind them that like, hey, you don't want to be spoiled, because that happened to me with Attack on Titan. So yeah, and then I read the manga and I was fine. I think lots of people won't like the school arc. Unfortunately, I have to agree. I don't think many people are going to like the school arc. I think we'll lose a lot of fans during the school arc because it's not like the typical shonen sort of deal. Unless they go with like, I think they could make the school arc good if they decide to up the pacing like a shit ton, so instead of like the 12 episodes for the 3 volumes, they go like 10, because I know that there's some shit that happens that's pretty important in the school arc. Not a lot, but some good shit. Maybe then you can there's no fucking way. I feel like, yeah, there's no fucking way that they're gonna. Yeah, there's no fucking way that they're gonna be able to adapt Turning Point 4 in the season 2. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Rom-com fans. Yeah, that's who's gonna like it. They'll be expecting another epic adventure. It's not going to be as much of a tone shift as Vinland Saga Season 2, but yeah, it's going to be a major tone shift. On the other hand, School Arc will bring a load of new fans. Yeah, rom-com fans, yeah. Yeah, they might shorten it, which is kind of sad because it's my favorite part. It's one of my favorite parts as well, but it's not the best part, objectively. If they this is a live chat. If they up the pacing, it'll be pretty bad. Yeah, but I have a feeling that there's a chance that they will. I don't think they will, but there's a chance. School Arc is a good slice of life, but I think they gonna just put the turbo on it. Paul's gonna give free depression to anime onlys. It's not depression, my guy. Farmland awesome. Vinland Saga, yeah. Yeah, Turning Point 4 probably won't be in season 2. I mean, Volume 7 is action packed. They might skip Volume 7. They might skip Volume 7. I'd be mad if they do, but they might skip Volume 7. I'm not 100% sure though. Also 12. They can make use of the setting of the school arc to adapt the world history they skipped from Volume 2. I have not read Volume 2, so I'm just going to ignore that and keep going.
About it, he has always come to my aid. Moreover, when we make dolls together, those are always happy moments. I'm really happy. He always puts me on a pedestal, no matter what I do he showers me with praises. Just being with him alone is comforting.
Yeah, Volume 7 was skipped in the manga, but it's recently being adapted.
And it's him, in my future diary, that stood by my side till the end.
It's just recently being adapted in a separate
Rudy Swery can't let Zanoba Chiron die.
Separate thing manga.
Wait.
Separate manga,
Future diary.
I think.
Suddenly, I realized
Unless
something.
that's just
Zanoba. What is
weird
it? Shisho. As an only natural I follow up with.
I'm pretty sure it's official though.
How Zanoba reacts, the mix of anxiety and happiness on his face, leaves a strong impression on me.
Bro, I'm gonna have to ignore the fucking chat, bro. I kind of want to read this.
I spend the day there thinking about the situation. First, Zanoba summoned by his motherland. That never happened in the diary.
Yeah.
Zanoba was always in charge.
Yeah,
right.
A lot of things
I don't know for sure, but according to the diary, he was always by my side. The diary never mentions anything.
I mean, I did read up to the midpoint of Volume 9 through the manga. So I read Volume 8 first manga form, and then half of Volume 9 in manga form. And then I decided this shit comes out monthly. I'm gonna read the light novel. And that was a good decision. Because it was way better.
Draft notice. Maybe Pax's coup failed. No, rather a coup probably never took place. Either way, this differs from the diary. In that case, maybe Hitagami is up to something again. Now I think about it, for the past year and a half, I have yet to see another 3 Hitagami apostles appear together. If Pax is an apostle, then it's reasonable to expect that he has been working in the background during this time. Orsted has said, wait for the opportunity, maybe this is the opportunity he speaks of. This is it. It shouldn't be wrong. I have been training for this exact moment. To help Zanoba. Orsted-sama. Orsted is his usual self, busy writing something on a high-class table. Rudius, what is it? I explained the situation to Orsted, who looks scary as usual. That Zanoba has received a draft notice, which didn't happen to Zanoba in the diary. Isn't this Hitagama's doing? I said full of confidence, but Orsted just stares at me with his scary face. Weird. Did I make a mistake? According to the history I'm aware of, Chiron Kingdom will be destroyed due to Pax Chiron's coup in 30 years. Orsted, looking terribly scary, answers that troubled me. Wait no, he looks no scarier than usual. 30 years. Right. Orsted explains to me what's supposed to happen. The original history. In other words, when the metastasis event never occurred and where I was never involved with Chiron Kingdom. In that history, Pax took advantage of the kingdom slave market to gain allies and a war chest, taking hostages against his enemies. And finally, initiates a coup. The coup was a success, and Pax became king. But by then, Pax has lost his drive and burned out. After becoming king and gaining complete freedom, Pax starts questioning his kingship. He vacated the throne and proposed a republic. Thus, the Chiron Republic was born. Chiron Republic went on to become a powerful nation. It managed to swallow about half of the current Sprite Zone.
That's very surprising that he would just give up
power of the world and a hindrance to Hitagami.
Throne like that.
Hitagami hates that, thus he manipulated you to head to Chiron Kingdom, and used you to exile Pax from Chiron Kingdom. But because I followed Hitagami's advice, the situation in Chiron Kingdom changed. Both of them were exiled from the country, and the cause of Pax's kingship disappeared. Chiron Republic won't be born. If Pax becomes king, it'll give birth to a republic. Orsted looks troubled. In other words, this is exactly opposite of what Hitagami wished for. This time with Kingdom of Dragon King as his backing, maybe he won't propose forming a republic. No, that won't change. I have seen similar situations before, in the end Pax always made that proposal. Regardless of history, as long as Pax becomes king, he'll propose a republic, and Chiron Kingdom will become Chiron Republic. Kind of like Ariel's situation. The conclusion is destined by fate. As soon as he's king, the rest is set in stone. Huh? What about Pax in the future diary? Perhaps Pax did not initiate a coup, like Hitagami originally intended, and Chiron Kingdom remains a small nation. In other words, past timeline, Pax coups, becomes king, gives birth to a republic. Diary timeline, because of Hitagami's manipulation, Pax loses the kingship, the republic becomes stillborn. This timeline, Pax coups, becomes king, likely gives birth to a republic. Something like that. In other words, this time Hitagami is purposely changing the scenario to what it's supposed to be. Why would he? It's a trap. Orsted's words add another layer of fog on the situation. Maybe Hitagami is willing to trade off returning to the original situation to kill you off. Like in Mahjong where you break your own hand to ruin the opponent's. 1. Something like that. Thus, if you go, Hitagami will likely have a sure kill trap set for you. Can his target be Orsted-sama? That is a possibility, but Zanoba Chiron is your friend, so he's the bait. Pax summons Zanoba home. It's pretty much confirmed to be a trap, but Zanoba resolves to go regardless. Even though Hitagami shouldn't be able to predict whether I would go or not, but I'll probably take the bait if Zanoba has a high chance of death. Hitagami really knows me well. Hitagami is rather clever this time. Zanoba makes your equipment. Even if you don't go to Chiron, Hitagami probably thinks getting rid of him would help him down the line. 2 birds, 1 stone. If I come, he'll take care of both of us.
Bro, my
If
fucking
not, just
phone
one
is
fine.
going off.
Chances of
Dude.
Zanoba as
What
an
the
apostle.
fuck?
Unlikely in this scenario. He's pretty much a nobody in the history of Chiron Kingdom. Quiet, you. He's very important to me. Right now, I'm ready to take the bait willingly for him. Then, what should we do? Just like before, wreck his plan straight up. Ah, right. If Orsted comes along, it should be easy. Just like what happened with Ariel. It doesn't matter if there's a trap. Even if I'm drawn in like a moth to a flame, I can always just say please mister. Like the light on an anglerfish, he can rush to my aid and easily strike down my enemies. Recently I've been called Dragon's Underling or Dragon's...
I doubt that Orsted would go. But even if just Rudius goes, I'm sure he's fine. I've got to go now, my king, to get some homework to do. Sad emoji. But I'll make sure to watch the rest of it later. Wink emoji. We'll see ya. Was the stream blocked? I can't see it in the subscription page. It is only showing when I open your channel. There are some weird issues with this stream. I will check as this thing plays.
Law, but truth be told I'm really Dragon's Lantern. But, it's possible too that Hitagami isn't involved. Explain. Since this was supposed to happen. This was supposed to happen. What we talked about so far, truthfully are mere guesses. The diary never did mention what happened around this time. Maybe Zanoba Chiron did go home, then returned safely. Without Hitagami's interference, it happened anyways. Zanoba like the previous was recalled to Chiron Kingdom, did his job, and returned home safely. Is this possible? Zanoba in the diary had a bounty on his head due to melees. Considering that, Chiron would likely bar him from return. Or maybe Zanoba himself rejected the draft notice, or maybe Ginger discarded it for him. That makes sense. If I calm down and think about it, the diary situation is already different than now. Even if Pax succeeded
I think it is just
diary,
YouTube.
Zanoba
Just
still had a
being
bounty on his
YouTube.
head.
It's fucking
Ignoring
weird.
the existence of a person wanted by the Holy Kingdom of Melees makes a lot of sense too. Holy Kingdom of Melees has mercenary knights. If Zanoba returned, those knights would likely consider Chiron an enemy state. The possibilities are basically endless. But didn't Hitagami already use me to change the
Yeah,
history
it's not
of Chiron
showing up
Kingdom?
in my personal
Will Chiron
feed
still become a
either.
republic in this situation? He wants to change it but failed.
That's just
That
YouTube being
possibility
YouTube. I
exists.
can't really do much
Your fate
about
might be
it.
strong, but even you aren't strong enough to change everything. Oh, even I can't change history as I please. Oh. Just now, Orsted realized something. He's in his thinking pose, with his hand on his chin. What is it? Wait. Pax was in the kingdom of the Dragon King before, correct? Right. In that case, the possibility that the king there led the coup is high.
Why
That's
does
right.
Rudius keep underestimating
That's the
himself?
case.
Because he's lost a lot of times before. That's why. He's fought some very powerful people. I don't think he's ever actually like fought an average group of guys. So yeah. This is some real 5D chess.
Pax was in Kingdom of Dragon King. In other words, the possibility exists that Pax was manipulated by another apostle there. Thus the possibility exists that Pax isn't an apostle. Rather, someone else at Kingdom of Dragon King is Hitagami's apostle. This person is the actual person manipulating from the shadows this time. Alright, I shall head to Kingdom of Dragon King and check for apostles there. You're not coming with me? But, if Chiron Kingdom really is Hitagami's trap, then what should I do? If you're scared, then don't go. In other words, leave Zanoba to die this time. Well, as Orsted mentioned, maybe Zanoba won't be asked to do anything important. Orsted promised to protect my family, even though Zanoba is my dear friend, he isn't family. Then I should just make him family. Ask one of my family members to marry him. Wait, no, that's not right.
YouTube's fucking
If
weird.
it's Zanoba, I won't mind leaving one of my sisters in his care, but that's not right. Zanoba has helped me. In the diary, even till
Luke
the end,
is
he
considered
always helped me.
average.
I won't
I'm
leave him
sure
to
for
die.
a
Question
warrior.
is, will I alone be enough to help Zanoba? No, I don't have to go alone. Who can I send to help Zanoba? Eris has contacts with Holy Land of Swords, knows some sword saints, maybe I can arrange Zanoba a bodyguard army or something. No, I can't let outsiders know about the magic teleport circles. My mercenary army isn't ready to mobilize yet. Then you go to Chiron, I to Kingdom of Dragon King, and we will destroy Hitagama's plans. That's that. Okay. Thinking about it, all sorts of possibilities exist. We definitely need to look for clues and investigate. Say, I forgot to mention, when you head to Chiron, promise me one thing. Oh. A promise? Definitely don't die on me, something like that. If he said that, I might get nervous. Don't kill Pax Chiron, even if he's an apostle. Don't kill Pax Chiron. It's that important? That you have to tell me twice? Oh no, it's because I didn't react the first time. Don't kill Pax. Why? Oh, I get it. Because if Pax is killed, Chiron can't become a republic. Okay boss. Even if Pax considers us an enemy, I will let him know beforehand that I won't kill him. Got it? But the difficulty has been raised. If Pax wants us killed, but we can't kill him. In that case, all I can do is try to avoid getting killed. And bring Zanoba back with me. Say, what must Zanoba do before he returns to Sharia? What does Zanoba want? National defense. Then how far does he have to go before he feels satisfied? Well, forget it. All in all, I'll go first,
They
and
are
try to convince him when the
basically
opportunity
cheating, yeah.
arises. Thank you very much, Orsted-sama. No need to thank me. I make a deep bow towards Orsted and leave the office. Part 3. But, a Hitagama trap. Zanoba had no complaints about me coming along. But, if I told him it's a trap, he might reconsider. And if he reconsiders? Suppose he refuses, should I tell him? In order to kill me off, Hitagama set a trap using Chiron Kingdom. Using you as a bait to kill me off. That's why you shouldn't go, etc. No, that won't do. He'll just say even if that's the case, I must go in response. In that case. Then I'll stay quiet for now. Zanoba might end up hating me this time. No clue. Chapter 201, Foreboding. Part 1.
Alright. Good first chapter. Good first chapter. We're starting off strong this volume. We're starting off strong, bro. We're starting off strong. How's the stream going? I don't think it's showing up in the subscription feed still, but that's fine. That's fine. Not too worried about it. Yeah. I don't know. The stream is weird, but hey, we got 19 of y'all in here, so yeah, we're good. Yeah, we can still keep going.
After I went home, I gave a report to my family. Recently there is a lot about my business trips that I can't talk about. But since this time it might take a while, I feel I owe them more details. First, our office doesn't have a magic teleport circle directed at Chiron Kingdom. Instead, I'll purchase a horse carriage at the Kingdom of Dragon King then travel to the Chiron Kingdom from there. Last time it took almost 4 months for me to get from the Kingdom of Dragon King to Chiron. Including investigating on the way, at best I can cut travel time to 2 months or so.
Portals.
2 months.
No
In
portals.
other words, travel alone will take 4 months.
No
Considering that Eris will give birth
teleporting.
in about 3, there's no way for me to get back in time. Of course, if I ask Perogius for the favor, we can head directly to Chiron Kingdom instead. Zanoba and Perogius got along well. Zanoba would often bring new paintings or dolls he found in the market to Perogius and have an art show together, just the
Okay,
two of them.
well, I'm sure that
If
would
anything
work.
caught Perogius's eyes, Zanoba would happily offer it to him. Since they get along so well, if Zanoba asks for a favor, he probably won't refuse. Still, even if we cut the trip back and forth to under 1 month, we don't know how long Zanoba will spend in Chiron itself. So I still don't know how to proceed right now. It'd be easy if all I need is to kick someone's ass and go home, but Pax cannot be killed. The alternatives will probably take a lot more time. That's why, I don't know when I will get back. After dinner, I said. Norn isn't home tonight, but that's typical. It can't be helped. Still, the whole family is present, including Sylphie and Zenith. 1. Besides how long it takes, I also gave them the gist of the situation, but I didn't mention the possibility that it's a trap by Hitagama. It's only a possibility, after all. It'll be troublesome if Eris insists on coming. It might be selfish of me, but because of that they didn't raise any objections. I'm fine with this. They all look toward Eris. Eris looks comfortable in the center of attention, with her hands wrapped around her ever-growing tummy. Well, it can't be helped. How easygoing, nothing compared to how nervous Sylphie was. Hey Eris, aren't you too indifferent? Even if Rudius isn't here, the baby will be born. But, this is important. I know, but all Rudius would do is hold my hand, right? It's true, but... Finding no retort, Sylphie shrinks back. Roxy folds her hands with a she's right, you know look on her face. But the person with personal experience still believes how important my hand's warmth is during birth. Rudius isn't necessary when it comes to childbirth. Eris said that with a raised voice. I feel a little sad to hear that I'm not a necessity. But with Lilia and Aisha here, my lack of necessity is a matter of fact. It's fine as long as Rudius praises me for giving him a wonderful son, once he gets back. Eris sure is direct today, how manly. She's probably doing this to leave me without worries. Eris is starting to become considerate of others. I feel proud, but also a little lonesome. You only need one to birth a baby, As a husband, should that be what I hope the wife to say? Well, I'm not the one going to give birth. By the way, have you picked a name already? Yes, a great name, just look forward to it. But didn't you say you only thought of names for boys? What if you end up giving birth to a girl while I was away? Do you really plan to name her and raise her as a boy? Eris. If the baby's a girl, please give her your mother's name, Hilda. No, I'm not gonna give her an old lady's name. Denied. Do you have to call her an old lady? Hilda-san is probably crying from the beyond right now. Era, just let Eris Anna do what she wants. Just follow Slyphy Anna's example, Ani-chan, and support her quietly from behind. With Aisha's input, the discussion is over. Indeed, Sylvie really has always been supporting me from the shadows. As expected as the captain.
Of course, Aisha pulled an Ara. Fuck off. Fuck
Of the
off.
wife's corp. I can count on her. I'd worry if Eris was left by herself, but I have my other trustworthy wives here, and sisters and mothers too.
Yeah.
No matter what happens,
Yeah,
I can
see,
count on
see,
them.
someone noticed
I'm
it.
more worried about Rudius going on his own again, so honestly I wanted to come along. On the other hand, honestly I'm the one worrying them. Indeed, this time has some elements of danger. Basically, I'll likely fall for one of Hitagama's traps. Ugh, now I start to feel rather uneasy. Will I come back alive this time? No, worrying alone won't help. I got to do what I got to do, and take down any enemy that comes my way. Take things one at a time, I'll just do that. Rudy, you look uneasy. Roxy asked, seeing how troubled I look. She's her usual self, holding Lara to her bosom, looking towards me with fatigued eyes. Yeah, it might devolve into war this time. Let's go with that first. Roxy raises her head and studies me with a serious expression on her face. To be honest, I think it might be my fault this time. Eh? Why? Because the one tasked to educate the young Prince Pax was me. Now that she mentioned it, Roxy has spent a long time at Chiron Kingdom. No one blames a home tutor for what the student does in the future. You can't teach him everything. That may be, but his twisted personality happened under my watch. That's not your fault, Roxy. How could a person turn twisted from Roxy's brilliant teaching be possible in this world? I know that for sure. That's what I want to say, but honestly speaking I know nothing about this Pax person. According to Orsted, even if it's via a coup, he seems to have what it takes to be king, so perhaps he did grow a bit under Roxy's tutelage. No, impossible. How can it be possible? Even the worst of human scum can learn greatest under Roxy's teachings. Definitely not your fault, Roxy. Definitely another reason. Sensei, it's not your fault. Rudy, did you ever notice how creepy you look when you call me sensei? Eh? Really? That's impossible. I only call Roxy sensei out of utter respect. How can me looking creepy be possible? It's true that we have teacher-student play at times, but that's only a game between husband and wife. I definitely do not have any ulterior motive. I'm innocent. I have mixed feelings about this. But I might just add fuel to the fire if I go this time. Roxy glanced at Lara as she said this. Lara looks at me with her sleepy face. As if wanting to say something she stares straight at me. Roxy looks somewhat troubled. Maybe if there wasn't school or a kid, Roxy might want to come along with me. No, Roxy, it's definitely not your fault. That's all I can say for now. I don't know if Roxy would have become Pax's home tutor, if I didn't reincarnate in this world. Yet Pax would still become a king through a coup. Moreover, the chances are high this time that Hitagami is behind this. If Pax was educated by Roxy, even if he received a different education than other timelines, I doubt the situation would be any different. That's why, this crisis is definitely not Roxy's fault. Pax has been manipulated by Hitagami. But. No, right, I get it. Roxy still has her reservations, but in the end she dropped her objections. She probably is still bothered that one of her students did a bad thing. Suddenly I look at Sylvie. She isn't my student, but the one that taught her magic foundations was me, and I think I taught her many other things as well. If after the metastasis event she didn't end up with Ariel, but instead used the magic I taught her to kill and steal. What would I think? I definitely would have thought, I taught her wrong, I'm responsible, I need to stop her, I need to get her to listen to me, and etc. Rudy, what is it? Nothing, I just realized that Sylvie had always listened to everything I said. That came out of nowhere, haven't I been doing that even now? Only recently, Rudy was so pushy, even though I was reluctant, and forced me. Hey, there's children present. Ah, right. Lucy, who's sitting beside her, looks back and forth at me and Sylvie. Her face reads, what are you talking about? How cute. It's too early for her, too early to learn about nighttime wrestling strategies. Let's end this family meeting here, on a positive note. Alright, everyone, I'll leave the rest. Dash. Crying suddenly. Looking over, the usually quiet Lara is bursting in tears in Roxy's bosom. She's looking towards me, crying, with her tiny hands outstretched. Kia. Dash. Lara, what wrong? Be good. Roxy nervously tries to comfort her, but she just keeps crying. I think this is the first time Lara ever had an outburst like this. Maybe she couldn't handle the heavy mood. She just keeps looking, with her hands outstretched towards me, crying a river. Rudy. Oh. I take Lara from Roxy's hands, carrying her in my arms. Lara instantly stops crying as soon as she grabs hold of me. She grasps tightly on my shoulder, glued on me like a cicada. Maybe she can sense that I'll soon be far away. If she was crying because of that, it bothers me a bit. But this never happened previously. Maybe because the mood feels different this time, she sensed something? Well, Papa will go away for a while, so be a good girl, okay? Oh, she should be fine if she stopped crying. I lightly pat her back before handing her back to Roxy. I tried to hand her over, but couldn't. Lara refuses to let go. She grabs my cloak and clings on like a rhinoceros beetle. Kia dash. Ah dash. Just when I try to pry her away,
Yeah,
Lara starts
dash.
crying loudly and
Ah,
refuses to leave.
dash. Hell
I'm
yeah.
actually very happy that Lara wants to be with Papa so much. Be a good girl, when Papa comes home, I'll take a bath with you. Well, Roxy, I'll leave her to you. Eh? Ah, okay. Well, I said that I can't pry her off, but she's still a baby, after all. I easily toss her over to Roxy. Ah, Kia. Right away, Lara cries out like she's at death's door. Almost as loud as Eris, nothing like how quiet she usually was. I feel a little guilty, like I'm abusing her somehow. Then, while I'm away. Ma. BAA. Triple A. No, Papa,
Triple
stay.
A, dude.
That's what I imagine she said. I feel like being held back. But I must go.
Oh, we're gonna
I
get
can't
more
leave my dear
triple
friend
A's, dude. Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Triple A.
Triple
Triple
A,
A.
triple A.
I glance at Lara, crying like she saw a ghost. She reaches out in fear towards me.
Oh
This is
my
the first time I've
gosh.
ever seen Lara like this. Everyone else looks dumbfounded at Lara, all wondering what's going on. Be good. What's going on? Why all of a sudden? Lilia, do you know about this? No, this is the first time I've seen this as well. Regardless of what Roxy does, she can't seem to calm Lara down. I suddenly feel anxious. Is there nothing strange going on? Will it be alright if I go? Lara is chosen by Holy Beast Leo as the savior of the world. Even though I don't know how she will save the world, but maybe she has some special ability. Like premonition. Or she sees a dead man walking. Am I going to die? Triple A. Yeah. The sorrow in her cries echoes through the room. This only adds to my unease. Okay, I get it, Lara. In the midst of her cries, a person picks up the crying Lara and embraces her. Raising her to her own eye level, with exchanged glances she said. I'll go with Papa and protect him. Like the warm sun basking the earth, this gentlewoman says. Only that. Instantly Lara stops crying. Part 2. I tried to stop her. It's really dangerous this time. The chances that it's a Hitagama trap is high. Roxy will just get in the way once the fight starts. Perogius doesn't allow magic race in the Sky Castle. Teaching is Roxy's dream job, she can't just go on vacation for a few months without a heads up. She might get fired. Babies cry all the time. Now that she stopped, just forget about it? I spoke rather harshly, making up all sorts of excuses on why Roxy shouldn't come. But Roxy looks unmoved. If it's a trap, then that explains why Lara started crying. Even if I'm a hindrance in fights, I might come in handy elsewhere. If I can't go along, then I will just find my own way there. Teaching is my dream, but it doesn't matter when my husband's life is at stake. It's a mother's duty when her daughter cries. Roxy counters my every excuse, leaving me lost for words. Not a single member of my family are with me on this one. For sure, none of them think it's okay if Roxy dies. Rather, as soon as they heard this is Hitagama's trap, all of them had "so that's what it is" written all over their faces. Why didn't you tell us? They admonish me. Then Eris demands to come along, with Sylvie trying to stop her. Even Sylvie starts to speak about whether she should come as well. An out-of-ordinary unease clings to everyone's hearts. Will I really be alright on my own? Really? This is what they mean by bad omen? Something will happen to Rudy? Everyone's anxiety rests squarely on Roxy. That's why she decides to go with me as the family's representative. Because of Roxy's words, even Sylvie and Eris want to come along. As expected of Roxy, but I have mixed emotions about praising her for that. I'm in a bad spot as well. I'm the kind that wants to treasure the things that are important to me. Roxy, my special treasure, if possible I want to keep her safe in the most secure of treasure chests. But, Roxy is stubborn. Even if I stop her now, she'll definitely go off to Chiron Kingdom on her own. Knowing this, I have no choice but let her come with me. It's easier to protect her with her by my side. But I'm also starting to feel
You're
anxious.
asking
Facing a trap
for
that Hitagama
bad
set,
shit to
and I can't count on Orsted
happen.
coming to my rescue this time. I haven't even figured out how to convince Zanoba to come back with me yet. Only dark clouds cover the path before me.
Bring
How foreboding.
Roxy to PAX is
Roxy is
not
coming
the
along during my
greatest
predicament.
idea.
The one I respect the most of this world by my side. There's nothing more reassuring than that. Part 3. Next day we begin preparations for the journey to Chiron Kingdom. Preparing everything that we need for the trip. First, equipment for Zanoba.
That's fucking
It goes without saying
yikes.
that I don't want Zanoba to die. Because of that, I pick a few choice armor out of the office armory for Zanoba to use. First is a rather hefty full body armor. It is augmented with increased fire resistance magic tools. A perfect match for Zanoba, who's weak against fire. Even though Zanoba seems vulnerable to fire, but that's more or less true for all humans. Next is a weapon. Orsted said, there's no weapon tough enough for the strength of a Myko like Zanoba. Regardless of how special the sword is, it will break like a twig in his hands. That's why I made Zanoba a bat. A stone bat, hardened with my magic. It's shaped like a racket. It's deceivingly heavy, so much that even a grown man can't lift it. But Zanoba pinches it, holding it like a twig. If a single swing from that lands, it's basically instant kill. It's like attaching lasers on sharks. 2. Even though Zanoba has ridiculous strength, he has plenty of weaknesses. He isn't fast, but I have just the thing for
Just
that.
the
A
club.
magic item called Net of Overfishing. For reasons unknown, as soon as it's cast, as if it has a mind of its own, it will automatically chase and tie up the opponent. Taking advantage of Zanoba's strength, it can instantly cripple an opponent, and drag him within Zanoba's striking range. I'll just leave these 3 pieces of equipment with Zanoba for now. He doesn't really like wearing full armor, but he's more than happy with the rest of them. I also prepared equipment for Roxy. Of course her safety is my top concern. So I mostly
I
picked equipment
love
that
my
can adequately
computer.
protect her.
I've got
Of
blue
course, Roxy
screen
isn't very strong,
tech, dude.
so I can't exactly dress her up in full body armor like Zanoba. She has plenty of
Zanoba
combat
got a
experience,
bonk
so wearing
bat,
underarmor
yeah.
equipment might just become an hindrance for her instead. That's why I picked for her a barrier ring for physical attacks and a scapegoat ring that can prevent one lethal attack. She'll use her usual staff and robe. That's all the
Imagine
equipment for Roxy.
Zanoba's club
It
as
makes
the
me uneasy,
great club
but all I can do is do
from
my best to
Dark
protect
Souls.
her.
I
We don't know
don't
what
play
kind of trouble
Dark
awaits
Souls,
us, but we will
sorry.
make headway on that front. On the school front, Zanoba dropped out, and Roxy also filed a leave of absence. I don't want Roxy
You
fired,
can give him
so
a
I asked
giant
Zanoba to write a notice
slab of
recall,
iron,
requesting
just
Roxy to
like
return to
Guts'
her post as
sword,
court
you know?
magician of Chiron Palace. Of course
But
the school objects. So it ended up becoming a sit-down
I
negotiation
don't think
between
you'll
the
be
principal
as
and Zanoba.
effective as
Roxy has become
just
that important a
a
personnel to the
rock
school.
club.
That's only natural. If I were the
Easy.
principal, I'd do the same. Roxy Dano was court magician for Chiron to begin with. Only for various reasons did she quit, but she has plenty of ability, thus I wish to bring her back and again grant her the position of court magician of Chiron Kingdom. Zanoba negotiates aggressively, while Roxy complains I don't want to be a court magician. The principal, taking advantage of Roxy's words, declared Roxy belongs to the Magic University. An hour into negotiation, Zanoba finally budges. He'll bring her with him, since she's involved this time, afterwards he'll return her to the university. That's the deal. Put up unreasonable demands first, then coming back down. That's the art of negotiation. And that's how Roxy managed to hold onto her teaching position when she returns. Finally, I checked my own equipment. When it comes to my equipment, it's the same as usual. Magic Armor MKI, Magic Armor MKI IB, and the shotgun cannon, just these three. It's been a long time since I last used my old companion Aquaharsha 3. I feel a little guilty towards Eris, but she responds, isn't it great that you found a better weapon? I kind of wish she would treasure the symbol of our shared memory more. Even though it encapsulates the memory of our 10th together. Or does she want to forget the past? Yet I still remember fondly how her boobs felt back then. For now, my friend Aquaharsha currently sits as decoration in my room. Maybe it's better to let Sylphie have it. Unlike Eris, Sylphie never stopped using the magic wand I gave her. If I give her my companion Aquaharsha, she definitely will use it happily. But I'm not sure how girls feel about being regifted a present from another woman. But Sylphie's current wand was a present from Roxy as well. Regardless, like usual, my primary equipment will be Magic Armor MKI IB. Only when a strong enemy appears would I need the bulky Magic Armor MKI. It's fine.
Yeah, it's really
Even if a
weird
strong enemy
how
appears, I have long planned for that
Sylphie
scenario.
has not
It'll work.
changed
I plan to disassemble the
her
bulky Magic
wand
Armor
or
MKI and ship
anything
it over, then
since
reassemble it there.
the very beginning.
Kingama knows about
It's
the
fucking
existence
weird.
of Magic Armor. To avoid giving him a chance to deal with it, it's better if I keep the Magic Armor hidden. Unlike MKI IB, I can't wear MKI at all times. Keeping armored core disassembled when not in use is common sense. With the equipment set, all that's left is how to get there. For that, Zanoba and I went together to bow our heads to Perogius. Part 4. When we...
I missed the creepy line. Fuck. What was the creepy line? Shit, I missed it. What was it? Tell me. It'll take a while, so I'm just gonna keep
reached
playing.
the Sky Castle, we were brought to a particularly upscale room. One I have never been in before. The room feels particularly personalized. Paintings cover the walls, hand-sized sculptures line the shelves.
Well, Rudy gave her this wand, so she really treasured it. Yeah. Sounds about right. Eris is probably the best fighter, but she was pregnant. Second is Sylphie with her chantless and healing magic, but then Roxy won't be ever of use, so the author wanted her to do something. Well, yeah. It's also an interesting situation with Roxy and trying to confront Pax and all, but it's a bit creepy. It's going to be a bit creepy. There's going to be some weird shit that happens, so that's almost guaranteed. So, yeah.
The pieces here looks exceptional even compared to all the others on display in the Sky Castle. All the works on display in the hallway looks expensive, but the ones here all look exquisitely crafted or particularly tasteful. In other words, money can't buy taste. This
Yeah,
place
that
is
was
amazing.
said before.
Oh, is this Shisho's first time here? I start murmuring to myself without realizing it. Unexpectedly Zanoba replies. Yeah, I'm usually at the guest room or courtyards. Only those recognized by Perogia-sama are allowed here. Silveril speaks sternly, standing by the entryway. Hidden in her tones is and you're not. Recently I've started to think that she really hates me. Or more precisely, hates the one behind me, Orsted. Silveril Dano, can you not speak as if my Shisho somehow is beneath me? Without turning around, Zanoba raises his objection. Hey, at least look at people when you speak to them. But, the only one Perogia-sama recognizes and granted permission to enter is Zanoba-sama. I don't know why you're so insistent about bringing both over. Listening to Silveral's calm reply, Zanoba turns around like he saw a ghost. Indeed, Shisho rarely has a chance to make dolls during Perugia-sama's presence, so I can understand why he may not yet to be recognized. But, Shisho's work has a depth far beyond my own understandings. They're truly excellent. But Perugia-sama. Rudius Guerre is my Shisho.
Roxy has a new
Indeed,
hat now.
he may be less informed than Perugia-sama and yours truly.
Yeah.
But without Shisho's guidance, the Zanoba Chiron who has been recognized by Perugia-sama himself may not exist. Silveral falls silent. She seems disinterested. Well, I can't tell behind that mask. Even though I'm used to Zanoba's flattery by now, I still feel rather moved this time. I have a little know-how about figures from the other world, it's not that big of a deal. Understood, please accept my apology, Zanoba-sama. It's fine, Silveral Dano. Silveral bows her head, and candidly Zanoba pardons her. Honestly, I don't really care how she treats me. Zanoba, you're back. Just now, the door to the interior opens. It's Perugius. Maybe reading the mood, he glanced back and forth at Silveral and Zanoba. What is it, has Silveral been negligent in some way? No, Shisho has never been in this room before, and we're talking about that. Zanoba happily replies. He did not complain to the master. He's a good man. Rudius. Indeed, he never had a chance to come here. What do you think of this room, my pride and joy? It's truly impressive. Even more than those in the hallway, they truly capture the essence of good taste. Oh. Not knowing what to say in details, I gave some ambiguous praises, but that seems to put Perugius in a good mood. If those on the hallway outside are what's considered first-rate, then these here are the premium goods that Perugius-sama loves. Aren't they? Exactly. Perugius smiles with a smirk on his face and sits down. I muddled through this time. Maybe my appraisal ability hasn't completely been forgotten. Even Silveral looks shocked. I think. Even though I can't see under that mask. Regardless, Zanoba and I rush to sit down after Perugius's invitation. It becomes an interview between us three. Well then, what shall it be today? Have you found another interesting doll somewhere? Perugius asks merrily. Zanoba happily replies. No, Perugius-sama, I'm heading home, so I come to say my goodbyes. Oh. Perugius frowns, staring at Zanoba. Then slowly his happiness subsides. In detail Zanoba explains the draft summon he received from Chiron Kingdom. Perugius listens without interrupting, only looking straight at Zanoba. Zanoba finishes his monologue. And after a moment of silence, Perugius finally speaks. Zanoba, have you the resolve to die? Instead of waiting for anything else he has to say, Perugius asked. Zanoba looks blankly back at Perugius. Why are you so certain? I can see it in your face, the look you wear, I've seen it on many men in my lifetime. Perugius unhappily said. Even though I wonder how he knew from just looking at Zanoba, but if Perugius wants to stop him, I concur. It's perfect if he tells Zanoba not to go to Chiron Kingdom. If that happens, then I won't fall for Hitagama's trap. If that's true, what will you do? Zanoba keeps his poker face. Perugius smiles lightly. If you need to fight someone, I'll happily give you a hand. Discussing art with you is important to me. If someone gets in the way of that, I'll get rid of them. A false king, for example. That won't be necessary. Ah, of course. Perugius suddenly checks his surroundings, before stopping on me. Am I supposed to say something? This is what they call exchanging a glance, right? While I'm thinking, Perugius has already looked away and continues his conversation with Zanoba. Zanoba. Going to your death, does he know of it? No, he just wants to come along. Oh, and you didn't refuse him. Because once Shisho sets his mind on something, even if I refuse he will come to Chiron Kingdom. When I said I'm coming, Zanoba didn't particularly object. I guess he realized objecting won't do any good. Well, it's true. Rudius will protect your life like his own. Haha, what are you talking about, Perugius-sama? Zanoba laughs like he heard a joke. But his smile is forced. Shisho will have another baby soon. There are things he must do. When it comes to it, certainly he will save himself first. Are you the student of someone who would watch his friend cornered and leave him to die? Of course not. Shisho is an amazing man. He will definitely come to my aid and survive as well. I'm no Superman. Well, leaving aside whether Zanoba seriously thinks I'm Superman or not. Zanoba and Perugius's meeting has been going smoothly. But don't go to Chiron doesn't seem to be an option here. Perugius seems to realize something. Losing interest rapidly, he props himself up, and sighs with a face of boredom. Well then, you shouldn't be here just to say goodbye, what can I be of help with? Zanoba nods before answering. I wish to borrow your magic teleport circles to Chiron Kingdom, for permission to bring the magic armor to the castle, as well as permission for Shisho's wife, the magic race Roxy Migurdia. I can prepare a magic teleport circle for you, and permit entry for the magic armor. But magic race are not allowed in this castle. Perugius replies with a frown. Previously Aramanfi had also denied entry for Roxy, also.
I just got a text message from my school advertising an event that's coming up. The events team is hosting Plant Your Seed today, April 6th at 4 p.m. Wow. Well, that's a name, isn't it? Isn't it? That's a name. That's a name. That's a name. Plant Your Seed, KW. I know it's just like I know it's just like planting like a plant, but it's like that's a funny name.
Because Perogius refused to allow magic race from entering the Sky Castle.
Fucking hell.
Even if this, Zanoba Chiron, asks you as a once-in-a-lifetime favor. Zanoba Chiron, you said this, so you think you're that important to me. I am a rare friend who can discuss art at your level with you. So you said this armor dragon King Perogius Dola has befriended some prince from a little kingdom like yourself. Excuse my impudence, but when it comes to art, race, and stature are irrelevant. Perogius stares down Zanoba. Zanoba fearlessly returns the favor. Silveril also glares at Zanoba. Only my eyesight wanders back and forth. The situation is tense. If it's me, I'd start apologizing. Ha. Perogius raises his chin and laughs. Fine, I'll permit that magic races.
Well, I just received news. I have just received news that my class in 3 hours has been canceled. The stream length just got longer. I will be streaming for a little bit longer than expected. But I'll probably take a lunch break sometime in between. So there will be a session of me just talking. No classes. I still have class at 4. Pog, you no school. Shut the fuck up. I still have school. Yo, lit. Yeah, boy. After this chapter, I want to discuss something with y'all concerning the future of these streams. So, once we get there, I just laughing very like, good thing my office is empty. Class is gone. Crab brave. Let's read more. Yeah. Let's read, bitch. Let's read. Yeah.
Entry. Thank you very much for your consideration. But, I have conditions. Afterwards, Perogius lays out his ground rules.
The ground rules.
Roxy is
What
barred
are
from
they?
speaking, touching anything, from appearing before him, inside the castle. Basically, she's only allowed to use the castle as a way station. I accept the conditions. Then, Silveril, prepare the magic circle for them. Yes. After giving several instructions, Perogius looks back at Zanoba with disinterest. A cold glance, but there somehow I saw
those
he
are
has resigned
very
himself.
few ground rules.
Zanoba Chiron. Yes. It's a pity. Perogius and Zanoba stand up together. Towards the Perogius's back, Zanoba bows quietly. Perogius's outline looks particularly lonesome, but perhaps that's just an illusion. Part 5. After the magic armor has been disassembled, it was sent to Chiron Kingdom via the magic circle.
Big Sag.
Afterwards, Ginger contacted a craftsman she knew to encase the magic armor in stone blocks as camouflage, and had it sent to a warehouse near the capital. I didn't go along. But I did instruct her to also start investigating the situation inside Chiron Kingdom. If the North invading turns out false, that gives me a good reason to dissuade Zanoba from going. Even though, the northern kingdom of Bista really looks poised for attack. Bista has mobilized for war, with large number of mercenaries and hoodlums inside its borders. King Pax seems to have brought 10 able knights from the kingdom of Dragon King with him, and used them to rid the country of rebels. 10 able knights. Just 10? Well, including Pax, the coup has 11 members, but the coup's success are no doubt the doing of these 10 individuals. In that case, they might be the trap set by Hitagami. Ginger-san, did you learn of the names of these 10 knights? No, unfortunately I haven't got that far with my
The
investigation.
lawnmowers
Only that it's
are
rumored King Pax has a
not
man
the
with a skull and a face by his
lawnmowers.
side.
The leaf blowers
Also
are going
rumored that
off
man is among the 7
outside.
great world powers, the Death God. I see. Yikes,
It's
another
a
one
good
of the
thing
7
you
great
can't
world
hear it
powers.
unless I
Well,
talk.
I hope
Probably.
that the kingdom of Dragon King won't bother to lend Pax one of the 7.
Hopefully you can't hear it.
Maybe that skull guy is someone else. Either way I should report this to Orsted. Oh, if the northern kingdom is ready to invade, then we have to hurry. Hearing this, Zanoba looks anxious to immediately head out. He is ready to go. His tone is like usual, but I can sense his unease. Nothing I can do to dissuade Zanoba now, so we will set out in a few days. The party will be me, Zanoba, Ginger, and Roxy. 4 members. Julie is temporarily left with my family. Unsure. Actually, giving Tiger's wings.
Alright.
AKA.
Alright. So, as I said before, I'm going to be talking a little bit about the future of this channel. So, about these streams specifically. So, yeah, so we only have 5 or 6 volumes left. I think we have 5 volumes left of Mushoku Tensei. And we have redundancy as well in Old Dragon's Tale, but we only have like a few volumes left. And I don't plan on going through volumes 1 through 6 on stream because I plan on reading the light novels for that, the light novel versions for that instead of the web novels. So, yeah, we're not gonna do volumes 1 through 6 on stream. So, because I don't want to deal with like, because web novels open source. Granted, I did it with volume 14, but that was only half of it, and I was just being an idiot. So I'm not gonna do that again. So I think we have to discuss, or at least I have to think about what am I going to stream exactly? Because I'm not gonna. What am I going to stream after Mushoku Tensei? Because I'm not exactly going to stay a Mushoku Tensei channel. I don't want to stay a Mushoku Tensei channel. It, 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 it's gonna get boring very quickly after I finish this. After I finish the material, until season 2 comes out, like I doubt that I'll be covering Mushoku Tensei as much. So, I need to think about what exactly I'm going to be reading or reacting to, or what am I going to be doing during these streams. And I already have an idea of what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to do a visual novel, go through a visual novel, just like a video game-esque sort of thing. And I want y'all's opinion on which one I should do, because I got 2 in my head right now. Now, one I already know like the story of, but I haven't played the visual novel. I've seen the anime adaptation, but I haven't played the visual novel. ReZero. I don't want to read the web novel for ReZero because it's fucking weird, and other streams have already done like ReZero live streams. I don't plan on doing ReZero unless something changes. You still have redundancy. I still have redundancy in a few volumes, but I want to get started on one of the streams before I finish Mushoku Tensei. I kind of want to be able. The the Fate visual novels is a good one, but there's some shit in there I can't show on stream. So yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I haven't watched the anime version of the Fate route, but I have watched Unlimited Blade Works and Heaven's Feel. But as for the visual novels I'm talking about, the first one will be Steins Gate, and the second one, I've been interested in this game for a while. It's an Atlas game, 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim, I think. Those are the 2. I'm able to stream through my Nintendo Switch, so I'd be able to get the game on the Nintendo Switch. But I feel like Steins Gate would be better because Steins Gate Elite's a thing, and it's basically like watching the anime. And I feel like that is very, very good at like keeping interest, maintaining interest and shit. Manga could work too, but you'll get clapped by copyright. I know, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That's why I'm sticking with visual novels. It's a visual novels and web novels. That is it. That is it. That is all I plan on doing. I can also become a Genshin Impact streaming channel, but I'm not interested. I'm not too interested in Genshin Impact. There's a lot of bad things with that game. So I want y'all to see your interest in these 2 games: 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim, or Steins Gate Elite. Which one? Manga work too. I'm having problems with reading Jobless of Blush. It's kind of embarrassing some of the things that happen there. I feel like it'd be a nice note to end on redundancy and just or Old Dragon's Tale, whichever one of the two, but I don't feel like Jobless of Blush is great. If you become a Genshin Impact streamer, if you become a Genshin Impact streamer, I'm leaving. Well, big Sag, I will become a Genshin Impact streamer. I'm just, I'm not interested. I'm not too interested in Genshin Impact anymore. Like I summoned Ayato, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not. I don't feel like I could play that for more than 30 minutes a day. But yeah, what do y'all think? Steins Gate or 13 Sentinels? We could play a trailer for both. I would prefer watching 13 Sentinels. I'm fine either way because I'm interested. Since I'm interested in 13 Sentinels, I haven't watched Steins Gate yet. I might play Steins Gate then. Cause like it's literally like the best. Steins Gate Elite is literally just like watching the watching the anime. And I've seen the anime, but there's some extra stuff in the Steins Gate Elite that wasn't adapted in the anime. 13 Sentinels. Really don't know lots about both of them, so pick whatever you like. I'll probably get away with streaming the entire web novel too. You probably get away with streaming web novel, yes. Light novel, no. Any web novel, yes. Light novel, no. Overlord light novels, Keck. Light novel, I am scared of copyright. Haven't watched Steins Gate either, so Steins Gate. Yeah. We can play the trailers for both. Let me just pull that shit up. Give me a second. All right. I'm going to be patient with me because I've not made anything I've not made a scene for reacting to having my browser up, but give me a second. It's just going to be a black screen for a little bit. I am sorry, but that's just how it's going to be for a little bit. So, yeah. Sorry. Be patient. Be patient with me. Okay, so let's close everything. And then you won't be able to hear me for a little bit. Let me get the audio in a little bit. See for just okay, you should be able to hear me now, but I don't have anything up, so let me get that done real quick. You will have to be patient. High School of the Elite, I just was started Science 2 days ago. I don't know what Elite is. Well, that's great. Let me just fuck, this is difficult. Window capture, yes. Yes. Oh, well that works. All right, so let me just yeah, you'll be fine if there's a bottom part of this just chilling. Here we go. This is the first trailer that I found.
ナッチ。ゼリーマンという言葉がゲル化した人間を意味するなど。私たちの仲間はすでに秋葉原中に散らばっている。私たちひょっとするととんでもないものを作っちゃったかもしれない。逃げろ前に。一体誰の差し金だ。
It's okay. Scuff is part of this charm of watching a small streamer. I don't want Scuff though.
お前たち何者なんだ。
Yeah.
私たちは
The great thing is that this entire visual novel is animated. So instead of watching like still images like you would for 13 Sentinels, instead of watching still images of characters, everything will be animated. So like lips will sync perfectly. It'll just be like watching the anime. That's why I want to go with Steins Gate Elite instead of just a normal Steins Gate that visual novel that I already have. Just this shit is like, it's like actually watching an anime. It doesn't look like a visual novel. Exactly. It looks exactly like an anime. It's basically a visual novel, just animated scenes with the text at the bottom, and there'll be a ton of different scenes that isn't from the actual anime itself. It's gonna be great. I feel like this would be perfect for streaming. Unfortunately, I feel like there might be some copyright issues with the copyright system thinking that I'm actually playing the anime when I'm not. I'm just playing the game. It's way too fucking similar. It's like school days. No, I'm not. I'm not proud. When we're done with the web novels, are you gonna read Redundancies in Old Dragon Tale? Yes, I will. I just feel like starting a new series before the end of Mushoku Tensei will be best. I never watched Steins Gate, so maybe your stream I'll finally experience it a little. Yeah. It's out already. But yeah, the soundtrack is so fucking good. The soundtrack is so fucking good for this show and this series in general. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay, you'll be able to see chat now. I didn't have chat in there before, but you should be able to see chat now. Yeah, Steins Gate is good. I'm gonna bring up 13 Sentinels in just a little bit, but Sentinel. I spelled Sentinels wrong. Alright, so let's start with 13 Sentinels. Let me just get this, and hold up, I'm gonna bring in chat. Just a quick second. Add existing chat. Boom. And yeah, I'll just put y'all here. Damn, there's only 7 of us. I know. Well, sucks for them. They're not going to be able to say what I'm going to be streaming next. So yeah, this is just, I'm going to be streaming for a pretty damn long time. So I'm not too concerned. But yeah. Which one is the one that I... Yep, this is right. I've heard some praise about this game from different, specifically Trash Taste. I saw that this game was recommended, and it looks pretty good. So, I'm pretty interested. Yep, and those are the two games. Those are the two games that I have for you. Now, if I am able to, I want y'all's input on this. Yeah, yeah, that's the main reason why I'm interested. I also only heard about it from Trash Taste. Yeah, I know. The advertising for this game wasn't very great, was it? The advertising for this game was not great at all. So yeah, please let me know, Steins Gate or 13 Sentinels. I feel like I'm more passionate about Steins Gate, but that's just because I have no clue what 13 Sentinels is like. So yeah, that's the only issue. Still, I think 13 Sentinels. Trying to see what the current state of affairs is. Yeah, viewership dropped off, you're right. Whatever. That's gonna be the case with these streams. I know we're gonna lose viewership with the watching whatever we choose here, but yeah. I pick 13 Sentinels, but then again, pick whatever you like more. I might try to do both. I don't know. I might try to do both. We can see. I also have Shin Megami Tensei 5. But I don't feel like I'd be as interactive with chat playing an actual game than I would if I was playing something or just really watching something like 13 Sentinels or Steins Gate. You could share on the stream on Reddit or yeah. Sentinels, I heard a lot of great things from Steins Gate, but it's already old news. Fair enough. Played Tetris 99. See, I don't have Nintendo Switch Online because fuck Nintendo Switch Online. Fuck Nintendo Switch Online. I don't want that shit. And since Tetris 99 isn't exclusive for Nintendo Switch Online, I don't feel like it. I don't feel like getting that shit. So I don't care what you're doing. Okay. Might try both. We'll see. We'll see which one comes first. Nintendo, okay. Yeah, Nintendo Keck. So yeah, that is the current situation. We will get back on reading. I might try to do both. We'll see. And let's continue.
Chapter 202, to Chiron again. Part 1. Eve of our departure. He came. After making love to Sylvie, I headed downstairs before going to sleep. Abruptly, Leo starts barking. Moment later, Eris rushes out her room, full of bloodlust. What's going on? Enemy attack. What? Who would attack here? I went to my room to grab my staff, and take a glance out the window with a lantern. In the darkness, the outlines of a man I recognize standing in front of the gate. Eris, that isn't an enemy. Oh. Fine. Eris looks out the window as well, before answering, still fired up. I put aside my staff and walk out the hallway. I hush the rest of the family back into their rooms, who are wondering about the commotion, and head to the gate. Outside the door stands Orsted. Currently entangled by the wooden pillars at the gate. Beat. It's tentacle play. Sorry for coming so late. It's fine. Beat, stop it. This is an emergency. Do you have time? Ah, yes. With a few swooshes, Orsted untangles himself from Beat and disappears into the darkness. I applied some healing magic on Beat, briefly inform Eris that I'll be out, and rush to catch up to him. There are no 24-hour shops in the city. So we met at a nearby clearing instead. A moonless light. Only the lantern I brought from home illuminates the empty field. Somehow we always meet in such dark locales, when Orsted and I speak privately. And when we speak in such dark locales, it feels like we're scheming something. I should add more lights to the office. So, what is it? About the pawns Hidegami has prepared this time.
I think I know
Orsted.
what we're doing. Okay. I thought this was a fucking fanboy or something. I thought this was a fanboy, but let's go to here. So for the win. Oh, fuck off. It said USA Today. I thought it was actually USA Today saying 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim peak fiction. That's a fucking bait. That's a real fucking bait, dude. Viewership immediately increased. What the fuck? It's fucking weird. I don't know. As soon as I bring up Mushoku Tensei back again, it's fucking weird. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I'm getting strong Aegis Rim vibes for our next series. We'll see. So let me just check again to see if this is on the Nintendo Switch. Just double checking. All right. It is on Nintendo Switch, so that is doable. That is doable. Anyway, back to this.
Has read Ginger's intel. Because he wasn't around when I visited, I left a memo. I'll give you my predictions based on Ginger Yerk's report, and the strategies to deal with them. Predictions. It would be better if we have more time to collect information. Should I hold Zanoba back to collect more intel? Chapter 202.
Fuck off. Shit. I'm gonna start from here. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention at all. I was too distracted. I'm waiting for a Metal Gear Rising stream. No. Anyway, this is just, I'm just gonna tell, since this is gonna be a VOD, please, anyone who's watching this not live, please leave a comment down below on what game, what series you want me to do soon, because I feel like Mushoku Tensei is not going to last forever, so I want to get another stream starting soon on a different show or a different series. So Steins Gate Elite or 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. Aegis Rim? I don't know. One of those two. Please leave me your thoughts in the comments and we'll continue. I'm going to start here though.
Stands Orsted. Currently entangled by the wooden pillars at the gate. Beat. It's tentacle play. Sorry for coming so late. It's fine. Beat, stop it. This is an emergency. Do you have time? Ah, yes. With a few swooshes, Orsted untangles himself from Beat and disappears into the darkness. I applied some healing magic on Beat, briefly inform Eris that I'll be out, and rush to catch up to him. There are no 24-hour shops in the city. So we met at a nearby clearing instead. A moonless light. Only the lantern I brought from home illuminates the empty field. Somehow we always meet in such dark locales, when Orsted and I speak privately. And when we speak in such dark locales, it feels like we're scheming something. I should add more lights to the office. So, what is it? About the pawns Hitagami has prepared this time. Orsted has read Ginger's intel. Because he wasn't around when I visited, I left a memo. I'll give you my predictions based on Ginger Yerk's report, and the strategies to deal with them. Predictions. It would be better if we have more time to collect information. Should I hold Zanoba back to collect more intel? No, at this crucial moment I can't trouble Zanoba. This is rough. First, about the 10 knights. 9 of them are probably small fries. Right. But the last one, the skull-faced man, I remember him. The guy always staying by Pax's side. Knight of Kingdom of Dragon King, with a face of a skull, and outstanding skills. There's only one possible candidate. And that is. Orsted sharply glares at me, I think. Ranked 5th on the 7 Great World Powers, Death God Randolph Marianne.
What the
7 Great World Powers. Number 5 Death God. Those 3 phrases hit me head on.
Huh?
So the rumors are true. The trump card of Kingdom of Dragon King. Trump card? Why would he be involved in the political dispute of another country? I don't know, but assuming Hitagami is involved, that's typical of him. Of course if I think about it. I ask something pointless again. Why Kingdom of Dragon King would rent out the Death God is hard to imagine, but someone else can worry about that. Right now we don't have any information about any other pawns involved who would be capable of assassinating you or I. For now, I want to discuss how to deal with the Death God with you. Perhaps that skull-faced man isn't the Death God. But better safe than sorry, and be prepared for the worst. That Death God Randolph does not belong to any school in particular, he's a self-styled warrior. Self-styled. Indeed, no set style. He would do anything for victory. In other words, like Rochard. I'm no good against someone like that. But his best skill is Sword of Bewitching. Sword of Bewitching. I can imagine from the name alone. A skill like in Jetsu Suppo. 1. Sword of Bewitching is a meld of Sword of Luring and Sword of Hesitation. What do they each do? Sword of Luring entices an enemy to attack when he should retreat. Sword of Hesitation forces an enemy to retreat when he should attack. I don't get it. In battle, he manipulates the opponent, making him attack when he shouldn't, defend when he shouldn't. It messes with your timing, so be prepared. But I don't really know what I'm supposed to do then, hearing that. Attack when you thought to guard when you thought to attack. But there are also times to defend, and times to attack. How rhetorical. Confusing.
5, by the way.
Don't let his theatrics get to you, just overpower him. In that case, then Orsted.
Was this adapted in the anime? Because I don't know. I don't fucking know this. So I'm gonna check this actually. No. Nope. Fuck, dude. Shit. One of the negatives of being an anime only when it comes to volumes 1 through 6. You miss out on shit like this. Anyway, let's continue.
Can go take care of him. I briefly entertained that precocious thought, before shooing it away. Orsted is heading to Kingdom of Dragon King.
Novel.
Can I overpower him? He's 5th on the 7 Great World Powers, so he's master class, and has plenty of counters against magic. A difficult opponent indeed. But a man long absent from the battlefield. Right now, he's probably a distant second to any of the heads of 3 great sword styles. Once you figure out Sword of Bewitching, understand how it works, and steady your resolve, even you should suffice against him. Really. Honestly, I don't have any confidence against someone of god rank. But I did beat North Emperor Obear that time, so maybe I can. Probably. Sounds like that Death God uses tactics similar to North God style. Indeed, that man was the original candidate for North God. Really? So he was a candidate, but he's not the North God, so he failed. Yet he's ranked above even the current North God. I think North God is ranked 7th, and Death God 5th too. Then how did he become the Death God? Orsted gave me the details about Death God when I asked. Randolph Marianne. Grandson of the 2nd North God 3. For a while since birth, he trained alongside the 3rd generation and current North God, under the 2nd generation's tutelage. But when he came of age, he had a fallout with the 2nd generation. Leaving the 2nd generation North God, he went on to develop his own techniques. Afterwards, he managed to defeat one of the 7 great world powers in the magic continent. Randolph ended up gaining the title of Death God after beating the original. But from that day forth, endless hordes would challenge him, vying for a place among the 7 great world powers. One fight after another. Endless battles against those that care for nothing but the battlefield. After spending 10 years fighting those fights, Randolph was fed up. He decided to retire. He returned to his hometown at Kingdom of Dragon King and studied to become a chef. Then he took over a relative's troubled restaurant. Thus a new chapter of the legend of the Death God began. But that legend had a rather inglorious end. The restaurant folded due to financial difficulties. He had talent as a warrior, but none as a chef. Buried in debt and wandering the street, he was picked up by a general of Kingdom of Dragon King, and became a knight of the kingdom. No one knows how old he is, but that's the story of Death God Randolph. What an interesting tale. As long as your tactics are sound, he isn't a hard counter against you. If Death God Randolph does appear, use guerrilla tactics. Attack from a distance, just like you did with me. Got it? Death God Randolph. Carving the name of my new enemy deep into my memory, towards Orsted I took a bow. Then. Come back alive. Okay. Thank you. Knowledge of a potential hard fight ahead. We head out tomorrow. How suffocating. Part 2. The day of departure. My entire family came to see me off at the gate. Sylvie, with Lara in tow, Eris, Aisha, Norn, Lilia, Zenith, Lucy, Leo, and Jiro. Well, Rudy, be careful. It's fine since it's Rudy, but don't get careless. Come back safe. Sylvie, take care of the family. I will. I gave Sylvie a hug. And rubbed her butt while I'm at it. Do I really have to say goodbye to this cute butt also? Eris, no rigorous
Big
exercise
Sag.
until the baby is born. Got it?
Big Sag,
And
say
if the baby is a
goodbye to
girl,
Sylphie's
please give her a
ass.
girl's name. I caution Eris just in case. Knowing her, even if it's a girl, she might give her a boy's name. And raise her as a boy anyways. That makes for a fun story, but it's obviously a pretty awful thing to do to a girl. Well then, Ani-chan. Work hard. Expect the mercenary group to be even bigger by the time you get back. Alright, but nothing too shady, okay. Hey. I also caution Aisha just in case. The mercenary group is on the right track, but don't forget, they're a group of hoodlums. Look away from the will for a second, and they'll turn back to a bunch of good-for-nothings. The only thing we can do is keep them as spotless as possible. Nii-san, I was in his care while His Highness Zanoba was in school. If possible, do your best to prevent the worst from happening. Yes, count on me. Well then, you take care too, Nii-san. Norn, work hard for the student council too. Going out of her way to come today, Norn is rather strict. Her days will only get harder, now that she's the student council president. Master, may the fortune of war be with you. Yes, I'll return safe this time as well. Lilia tries to light a fire under me. 4. She's approaching retirement age. Well, she still has some youth in her, but now's not the time for this conversation, so I can only bow for now. 5. Zenith rubs me on the head. Perhaps Lilia can't just leave her alone, with Zenith the way she is. Somehow I feel that my family might have robbed Lilia of her path in life. But, this is the path Lilia chose, probably. Hey Lucy, tell Papa to stay safe. Have a safe trip. I'm leaving now, Lucy. Lucy fidgets by Sylvie's legs. As if struggling about something. Finally, with her mind made, she looks towards me. Papa, hug. Come here. Okay, good, be a good girl now. Given a rare chance to spoil her, I gave her an Eskimo kiss 6. Maybe because I shaved this time, she didn't resist. I let her off after charging my fill. Finally, I speak to Julie, who's left in my family's care. Julie.
Cute. Okay.
Yes, Grandmaster. You might be a slave, but you're also a guest of Zanoba, as well as my student. No one here will treat you like a slave. Consider yourself family and make yourself comfortable. Yes. I will do my best to not be a bother to. Julie always took my lessons to heart. She is fluent in human language, and has even become quite good with etiquette. Now that I think about it, it's been 6 years since we bought her. Her figure remains roughly the same, though, but Ginger trained her well. She even got her period already. She is already a respectable adult. Should I have expected this? And please take care of Master. Yes. Of course. Julie seems quite concerned for Zanoba. That's how it is. I would worry as well. That's why I'm going. Leo, same as always. Not just Lara, please protect the rest of the family as well. Woofu. And finally, I ask guard dog number 2 to guard in my stead. 7. Well, let's go. I'm going now. With luggages in tow, we head out. Roxy also says her goodbyes with the family, and we leave them behind together. Part 3. Afterwards, we meet up with Zanoba at the city entrance. Basically, most of our baggage has already been sent to Chiron Kingdom. We're traveling light. Just a change of clothes. As courtesy, I'm also carrying Roxy's luggage. There are roughly 7 holy relics, 8 among them. They must be carried with the utmost respect. Cliff also came to the city entrance to see us off. Sorry, Rudius. I really want to go, but Cliff wants to come, but he has a family to look after. I can understand. Also he's not like me, always globe-trotting like I already dropped out of school. Cliff senpai. Please help out if my family is in need. Rudius, take care of Zanoba. I will. With that said, Cliff turns to face Zanoba. Zanoba. I thought about your patriotism. It's not really patriotism. But Zanoba, please listen carefully.
A picture of Randolph. I'm pretty sure I know what Randolph looks like. I'm pretty sure he's on the cover of he's the guy with the eye patch, right? He's the guy with the eye patch, because I was worried. I was getting the thumbnail done, and I saw the cover of volume 19 light novel 20, this volume. I saw the cover for it, and I saw what it looked like. Yeah, skull face. That looked like a skull face to me. He was pretty pale, so yeah.
Mealy-sama once said. Then Cliff went on and on preaching to Zanoba in the typical Mealy style. Is it fair to call him preachy? I was on the receiving end of that often too. But this is a life and death
I'm
situation,
good. I don't
so I
need to
can
see the
understand.
rest.
Zanoba can only listen and smile wryly. In one ear and out the other. I glance around while pretending to listen, and
I
saw Ellen
honestly
Elise and
think
Roxy
the
talking among
first
themselves.
colored illustration is a
please take care of Rudy.
little
That kid can crumble under pressure.
spoilery.
You don't have to tell me.
I've
Worrying
seen
about
it a
me.
few times
I can understand
with
worrying about Laura crying.
other volumes.
But besides that, I can't think of any other reason to worry about me. When he gets depressed, push him down like last time. Don't forget. Oh, well. I don't think Rudy will repeat a mistake like that. Well, this journey could be a good educational opportunity. You're still producing milk, right? Try some new place while your body's still different, it could be hot. 9. Rudy might like it, but I won't. I trust Roxy with her words, but sorry, I'm the kind that repeats my mistakes. If, hypothetically, Zanoba dies, it's not impossible that I'll fall apart again. 10. Well, maybe Ellen Elise is just joking around to loosen Roxy up. Yeah, I'll go with that. Ellen Elise is the same as always, even after giving birth. Only dirty jokes whenever she speaks. Hopefully she'll restrain herself when educating her child. Well, I'm going. Come back safe. Part 4. A half day's travel to the Citadel ruins before we teleport inside the Sky Castle. Roxy also managed to enter the Sky Castle. Aramanfi looks in disgust as he explains the conditions for Roxy's entry. Immediately upon our arrival, Silveril and 2 of Perogius's other familiars surround a magic circle. Tied security for only one individual, Roxy. Rudia-sama. This time Perogius-sama was too generous to prohibit this magic race from entering the castle. Yeah, thanks. I go through the motions, but Roxy can only silently look down. Condition number 1. Roxy must remain silent when inside the castle. Also, don't touch anything. And don't come within sight of Perogius. Only then would she be allowed passage. Roxy understands this. Only that, Roxy looks dreamily towards the breathtaking Sky Castle. Gawking like a country bumpkin at the castle standing before her and pulling my sleeves. Even though I just explained how Roxy has been barred from the castle. I pat her shoulders to stop her. From under her hat she looks up to me, slightly red-faced. Really looks like an embarrassed bumpkin. Cough. Silveril coughs at our playfulness. Isn't it fine as long as she doesn't talk?
Ready
Though
for
Perogius might be known for his magnanimity. If you show too much prejudice against Roxy, bad rumors might spread about his underlings. The ones that would spread them would be my dog and cat. Well, this way. Silveril leads the way. Flanked by the other familiars, we head underground. No sightseeing, but it can't be helped.
Oh,
I'm the one asking for a favor. Bringing in a magic race that Perogius abhors. I don't know why it's such a big deal, but he must really favor Zanoba to permit her passage. Perogius really wants to keep Zanoba alive. Silveril-san. What is it? Please give Perogius-sama my thanks again. Certainly. A reply, as matter of course. Nanahoshi awaits us at the teleport chamber. She stands behind the already activated magic teleport circle. Speaking of which, I forgot to mention our trip to her. Maybe she heard about it from somewhere and came to send us off. Zanoba. I heard you're going home, but... Nanahoshi might have heard of the situation, but doesn't really know what she should say. With her arms crossed in front of her, she looks troubled. Slowly Zanoba approaches her. Yes, Nanahoshi-dano. I'm going home first. Nanahoshi makes a complicated expression. Looks a bit jealous, but also a bit sad. Nanahoshi-dano, your day to go home will come one day as well. Zanoba wasn't trying to put on airs. For Nanahoshi, whose ability to return is undetermined, that might sound like an insult. Yeah, I hope so. Nanahoshi-dano, don't give up.
Press X to doubt, I doubt she's actually going to go back.
With that said, Zanoba wraps his arms around Nanahoshi, and gently pats her back. I might be far away then, but I'll pray for Nanahoshi-dano's safe passage home. If this was Japan, that might be considered sexual harassment. But Nanahoshi doesn't show aversion. Frigidly, she also wraps her arms around Zanoba as well. A sparkle hidden at the edge of her eyes. Well, then, thank you, Zanoba, your highness. No need for courtesy now. Each day I spent with Nanahoshi-dano and Cliff researching were all irreplaceable memories. Thanks are unnecessary. Or rather, I should be the one that owes you thanks. Say, did Zanoba and Cliff grow close because of what happened with Nanahoshi? Assisting Nanahoshi with her research together also deepened their bond. How nostalgic. No, thank you, if I. Without your highness Zanoba's presence, my research would certainly not have reached its current stage. Rather, without Nanahoshi-dano, I would have never met Perogius-sama, and missed such a convenient method for returning home. So we're even. Ha ha ha. Still smiling, Zanoba separates himself from Nanahoshi. Well then, Nanahoshi-dano. In case we don't meet again. Take care. Yes. Nanahoshi looks towards me with unease. This sounds like a last goodbye, but isn't it an easy return with teleport magic? Of course, this won't be a last goodbye. Zanoba is just visiting home for a while. All I do now is simply nod. Well, Shisho, let's go. Following Zanoba's lead, we head inside the magic circle. Part 5. The magic circle destination is a ruin. The usual teleportation ruin. This ruin lays on the edge of Chiron Kingdom, inside the eastern forests. It's about 5 days' journey to the capital. Phew. Roxy lets out a sigh with her band lifted. Also, she looks incredulously at the magic circle she arrived with. I always had some interest in magic teleport circles.
He did.
I'm used to it by now. If I memorize how the magic circle looks, I might be able to draw one myself. Can you? Hearing my response, Roxy shakes her head. No, Perogius-sama already said he doesn't want magic race in the castle. Probably because when Laplace revives, it would be troublesome if there are magic rays capable of teleport magic, I imagine. If I memorize it, he'd have me killed. Really? That might not be the main reason, but it might be one of them. But Laplace should know of magic teleport circles himself, so that might be pointless. Quit the chit-chat. Come on. We still need to pick up our baggage. That was Zanoba. Thus we head out of the ruins. We found a small hut by the forest, and collect the luggage that was left there for us. Then we head to the capital. Part 6. By the time we reach the capital city of Chiron, Latakia, it's already sunset. When Zanoba passed the city gates, he looks deeply moved. It also been a long time since I visited this place. The scenery doesn't look very different from how I remember it. There are plenty of adventurers on the streets, ready to challenge a labyrinth. But, well, it feels rather tense since our arrival, and the streets more unkempt. Not just the adventurers, it feels like a lot more hoodlums and suspicious types are about. The number of mercenaries have grown since I have been away. Looks like war is coming. Zanoba sounds a bit happy in his voice. How can he sound so happy with war approaching? Somehow I feel he isn't just putting on a brave face.
Coming.
You look happy.
Wow.
Shisho,
Wow.
that's because battle raises your spirit. Does it? Yes. It's what it means to be a man. Isn't that the same for everyone? I don't really get it. Like the excitement from seeing a robot in person? Regardless, we head to the residence Ginger prepared for us. We'll stay here for a night, then change tomorrow to announce our return and have an audience with the king. We didn't cross the border, so it's a bit sketchy, but we have an excuse prepared. If he didn't ask, all the better. Zanoba-sama, I'd like to lie low in the city and collect more information. Ginger said and takes her leave. Zanoba stops her. Ginger, you're a knight. Shouldn't you come with me tomorrow to report to His Highness of our return? No, while I may be a knight, I'm also Zanoba-sama's royal guard. I sense something amiss in the city. Well, do that then. Yes. While taking her bow, Ginger shoots me a glance. As if to tell me to please take care of Zanoba-sama. I nod in return. Well then, from now on this is the real deal. Only Zanoba and I will have an audience with Pax. From there, we'll gain some idea of what Hitagama is up to. Alternatively, that might become our battlefield against the Death God. In that case, I'll grab Zanoba and run. With Roxy covering us from outside, we'll retreat outside of the city. From there I can use the magic armor and do battle with the Death God, or make a run for it. Those are Orsted's instructions. For battle, attack from a distance. Assuming it's sort of bewitching, I should have the advantage in a ranged battle with the magic armor. If a fight does not happen, I'm afraid Zanoba will march to war. A battle against the Northern Kingdom, I don't know how it'll turn out, but... Also, I don't know what will satisfy Zanoba. How will I bring Zanoba back? What do I have to say in order to persuade Zanoba? If Pax is aiming to take Zanoba's life, will Zanoba reconsider? Well, let's think about this again after our audience. Honestly, I hate the fact of just walking into an obvious trap. It's easier if I can just blow up Pax and the castle from a distance. But I know that's impossible. Orsted bars it, and even if he didn't, Zanoba wouldn't let me. The castle is the symbol of a nation, and if suddenly destroyed, so goes the kingdom. It would only entice the enemy from the north to attack. Basically, it's impossible. An uneasy future. All I can do is sigh. First, let's take care of the audience. Then we'll figure out what we need to do. Rudy. In the midst of my thought, someone taps on my shoulder. I turn around to see Roxy standing there. Aren't you a little tense there? Am I? Yes. How about relaxing a little? You can't be careless, but if you're so stiff, you'll find it hard to move during crucial moments. Roxy began rubbing my shoulders as she spoke. With her small, but strong hands. For a while, I sat there and savored those sensual hands. Indeed. I need to be flexible. Just decide on a target for now, then go with the flow. At worst, it's fine as long as Zanoba and Roxy live. Including my own life, that's 3. Let's set that as our baseline. Then, let's add Ginger on top of that, so 4. The survival of us 4, and a safe return. Can I do it? Thank you. I feel a weight taken off of my shoulders because of you. I turn around after saying that. Roxy is her usual self, her sleepy eyes. But somehow gentler than usual. No, the usual Rudy would be more playful when relaxed. Like saying, Roxy, how about massage my front this time, starting here and ripping your pants off? But that's only when we're at home. Yes. At home all Rudy wants to do is dirty stuff.
Dude.
Roxy said as she caresses my face. Feel like I'm being reprimanded. Sexy stuff is no good. On the eve of the battle, with her around, anyone would want the same. Not just me. Just kidding. Doesn't that help you loosen up? Yeah. It did. Indeed, my shoulders have loosened up. With enough tension to remain right for the situation. Relaxed, but still focused. It's just right. Well, I'll rest up for the audience tomorrow. Thank you. Yes, good night, Rudy. Do my best. With only that on my mind, I slept. In Jetsu Suppo, Crescent Moon killing technique, is the special move of the MC of Memory Kichiro.
So that was the chapter. King Pax. We get to see Pax now. I'm so excited. I am so excited, dude. Fucking hell. Let me just do something real quick. Real quick. Give me one moment. Time for Chad packs. Yeah. Chad packs. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Is he actually gonna be a Chad? No packs. Fucking hell, I might have to change the thumbnail if he becomes a Chad. Um. And all right. The thing was, my parents are getting at me for asking, like, my birthday's coming up, and my parents are like really like nagging on me for not putting much on my birthday list, and I was like, I really don't need much. So I just sent my dad a request for 13 Sentinels for the Nintendo Switch. I doubt it. That game's fucking $60. I doubt I'm gonna get it, but yeah, you know, even if that's the case, I still worked for a decent amount of time, so I'm fine. I should be able to purchase it. Let me catch up a chat here. He actually becomes a little Chad, not Zanoba level of Chadness, but he's got some nonetheless, if only a small bit. Not a Chad, but he does some things better than last time. Other than that, still man-child. Alright. Fucking hell. The thing is, for the next series, it seems like almost all of you have read Mushoku Tensei before, and you're just watching my reaction. So it'd be nice to play something that we all haven't experienced. 13 Sentinels is a good game for that. Same as Steins Gate. Oh man, I haven't celebrated my birthday for like 8 to 9 years. Yeah, it's a rare thing, but I'll be turning 21, which is the legal age in the United States to drink. Drinking streams coming soon, I guess. I don't fucking know. Yeah. So anyway, I wanted to show y'all something. So I was working on a video for a little bit. It was for the Norn Grey Rat chapter. And I decided to not continue working on it due to both the length of the video, as well as like how long it's going to take to do it, as well as me voice acting to get the actual thing out, which is very difficult, and I doubt I can actually do it. What was this? It's been like 8 years. Imagine he didn't change us. Bruh. It's like Eris and Sylvie. They grew, but their core personality remained the same. So I'm actually just gonna show you the video. I've done like a minute and a half of the Norn Grey Rat video. So I think I'll just show y'all that. I guess I'll just show y'all that this stream, since I'm not planning on doing the actual video. And even if I do, it's just the first minute out of like 14. So it's a run window. Give me a second. Properties. We'll just switch it to here. Yep. That works. Oh no, it's actually, oh yeah, it's good. It's good. We're all good. Let me just Control F so it fits the screen. Actually, I'll change it so that it's what the fuck? Why isn't that's fucking weird? Give me a second. I'm trying to get this thing good. There you go. Yeah. Sneak peek, I'm not gonna actually do it though. That's the thing. So I might as well just show y'all. I'll have the desktop audio go up, and yeah. In these past few months, I've been reading a lot of Mushoku Tensei. Over that time, I've familiarized myself with the series community, specifically through the Mushoku Tensei subreddits. And after looking at all the volume discussions, weird fan art, waifu debates, and honestly horrifying fanfictions, I think I've seen a decent number of opinions on the series as a whole. However, as I was looking at these degenerates geeking out over their favorite moments and characters, I couldn't help but notice that one chapter seems to be oddly forgotten about, cast away into the giant Mushoku Tensei archive. Of course, as the title says, that chapter is Volume 11, Chapter 5, Norn Greyrat. And also, just a quick warning for you anime onlys, in case you weren't paying attention, this video is going to contain massive spoilers for the upcoming season.
Get on with it. Yes, get on with it.
I should probably give some context. Before this chapter, Rudius had a difficult time connecting with Norn. Although they were living under the same roof, Norn was constantly avoiding Rudius. On the few occasions she did talk to him, those conversations were very limited and brief. As an attempt to improve Norn's attitude towards him, Rudius lets Norn live at Ranoa University as a student. However, after a few months, the situation did not get any better. Now that she lives at the school, she doesn't even talk to him outside. Big Satch. Yeah, so that was the video. That's all I have. It's not did these fanfics come from me? No. I'm gonna mute this. No, let me try to find. All right. Yeah. This is like this is a freaking pretty fucking gross. It's a pretty fucking gross thing. Aisha put both hands on her mouth before screaming in pain. She was shaking quite a bit with her and her eyes were watering. She slowly moves her hands away from her mouth and begins on the exhale. Oh my gosh, that was a big jolt of electricity. She was tight, super tight. Oh my gosh. I feel like I did it again. I knew I should. Oh my gosh. Just oh man. Yeah. So now you understand fucking oh shit. No, this is the horrifying fanfic that I was talking about. So you weren't a part of it. I feel physical pain from this. Same. Oh, that shit's fucking horrifying. Oh shit. Oh man. My goodness. Yeah, that was fucking terrible. Let's try to move on from this. Let's try to move on from this. Let me switch this to properties. Boo boo boo. I feel like this one. Nope. There you go. And yeah. And then I can move back to the reading. And there we go. We're back to normal now. Preview done. Preview over. I'm not gonna finish that. The Norn video is not gonna come out. I decided to stop working on it because it'd take too fucking long. Just keep this in mind. That 1 minute that I showed you took about as long to make as about half of the fucking meme that I made that just recently. So it would take a long ass time to do. And as I was looking through my script, I found out that I realized that my script is not great because it's mostly just a summary of what happened in the chapter instead of like actually analyzing and reviewing it. I want to add more transformative I want to have more transformative content when it comes to my actual videos. So yeah, just summarizing the actual plot is not the greatest thing to do. I didn't... What? Dull. What the fuck? I didn't talk about this fic. The one I was talking about was Orsted and Rudy. Yeah, I'm aware, but I was trying to find an even more horrifying fanfic, and I thought that was pretty fucking decent. So yeah. Let's continue this. Let's see Chad Pax. My bad. Give me a second. I muted it because of the fucking preview. Yeah. Yep.
Chiron Royal Castle. Audience room. Inside are 5 individuals.
I'm
Only
not
5.
going back.
With not a single soldier standing guard.
You read it. You read
Seated
it.
on the throne is someone I recognize. At least, on the outside he hasn't changed much. He hasn't grown much. Nonchalantly he leans back on the throne. Pax Chiron. A little more mature looking, a little more daunting, but more or less the same as before. A beautiful girl sits beside him. Looks like a middle schooler. She's wearing a white dress. Her hair has a dash of aqua blue. The color is similar to Megardia tribes, yet not the same as Roxy's. Maybe from another tribe. She has vacant eyes. Wearing a coronet, is she the queen? Pax's hand motions behind her. At a glance, it looks like he's rubbing her back, but I know that he's touching her butt. He thinks no one can tell? Sigh, treating her like a sex slave. I turn my side away from that girl, towards the man standing by the other side of the throne. He looks around 40 or so. Buff looking, with a sword on his waist, but he's lightly armored. He doesn't look particularly strong or dangerous. A person that I won't feel guarded towards if we cross paths normally. But on his head. A grim face with prominent cheekbones. An eye patch covers his right eye. His left eye looks sunken and lifeless. His face is shaded like a zombie. He looks like a pirate captain straight out of old movies. If I have to describe him in a single phrase, It would be a skull-faced man. Indeed. No doubt he's the death god Randolph Marianne. Your Majesty. Zanoba Chiron has received your summons and rushed back from Magic City Sharia. Zanoba walks up the audience room and immediately kneels down. Without any reservations he pays his respect to Pax and bows his head. I imitate his motions, but just in case, beneath my robes I take aim at Pax. Pax spies at the kneeling Zanoba and withdraws his hand from the girl's buttocks. While slurping that hand, he speaks. Aren't you early? I hurried given the state of emergency. Or perhaps, you've been in hiding somewhere in the country the whole time. After all, there's no news of you crossing the border. It took us about a month to reach Chiron Kingdom, after the letter arrived. It's a year's travel by normal methods. Our pace definitely looks impossible. To avoid attacks from enemy nations, we kept our identities hidden during the journey here. Even after you crossed the border. Especially after we crossed the border. I see. Pax humps. Doesn't sound like he'll bother to ask how we got here so fast. Well, we'll just lie about it, but... Pax straightens up and points towards me. Then, what about him? Your Majesty knows him as well. He's Rudius Rere. I'm aware. Then, what is it? I'm asking why is he here? War is coming, so I thought it would be ideal to bring a strong magician along. It's decisive. In this world, magicians have critical importance on the field of battle. Advanced rank magicians, even intermediate ranked ones, are very handy for tactical positioning. In single confrontations, swordsmen generally have the upper hand. But in numbers, when individual battles are less crucial, magicians become the focus. Saint and king rank magicians are indispensable commodities for kings of nations during wartime. But Pax snickers in response. With a sullen smile, his glance shuffles between Zanoba and I. Oh, really? Are you sure he isn't a pawn you brought to kill me? When Pax said that, bloodthirst can be felt from two individuals that appear suddenly beside the death god. I guess those two are knights from Kingdom of Dragon King. There should be 10 in all. Including the death god, 3 are accounted for. Where might the other 7 be? Honestly, they don't look too strong. How could you say that? I have no intention of making enemies with your Majesty. You'll forgive the usurper. Certainly. It's not like I ever swore loyalty to the previous king. Then, do you plan to swear loyalty to me? Zanoba did not reply. Pax snorts, unamused by the non-response. The attitude might be considered seditious, but Pax seemed to overlook it. Just as well. Brother 1. No, Zanoba. What you actually think is irrelevant. Pax nods towards the knights standing behind him. Look, these are the knights I brought from the Kingdom of Dragon King. Hearing Pax, the knights lower their heads. But the death god yawns. And this one here, is a rather big deal. Ranked 5th of the 7 great powers, death god Randolph Marianne. The death god straightens up when he heard his introduction. He steps up looking rather uncomfortable. A dry cough. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Randolph Marianne. Magic continent born, mixed race. Human, elf, immortal, and a few others. I work as a knight under the command of General Generalissimo Shagal Gargantize of Kingdom of Dragon King, Order of Black Knights. My main job is killing. I can kill anyone. I don't belong to a particular school, but was formerly trained in North God and Water God style. People think that the death god is just a serial killer, but that's a misunderstanding. My hobby is cooking. I'm really a nice guy. I hope we can get along. After that well-practiced speech, he fakes a grim smile, and steps back. He might not look it, but he's really strong. After all, he took out all of Brother's royal guards in a blink of an eye. He's the crucial character that made me king. He soloed the whole thing? As expected of one of the 7 great powers. I heard he's rusty, but I guess not that rusty. How about it, Zanoba? How about we let them fight it out and see who's stronger? That's how it's going to be? So Pax really is a Hitagami apostle? This time he sent the death god to kill me. For a trap, this seems awfully straightforward. Surely you jest. Exhausting our forces right before war with the north. I can see beads of cold sweat forming on Zanoba's temples. I suppose he's trying to protect me. On the other hand, Pax is looking rather bemused by the way Zanoba acts. Finding joy in cornering someone with mere words and watching him panic. This reminds me of that time when he had me caught. He really enjoys gaining the higher ground. Finally, his face turns, as if to show that he's just kidding. If via Pax, Hitagami intends to force me to fight the death god. I'm ready to fight. I have made my resolve. Should I preempt the attack? Death god looks full of openings. Oh. My opponent is among the 7 great powers. Certainly he won't have any obvious openings. If I just attack the first opening I see, it'll certainly be countered. Orsted said that is the death god's expertise.
Legendary
While I was thinking,
Fuck
Pax suddenly
off.
stretches his arm. Ha, just kidding. Don't be so serious. A simple reproach. That's it? It's not happening? Randolph looks totally unenthusiastic from the start, yawning again. Yawning like he only had 2 hours of sleep last night. Or maybe he's just bored. I have heard of rumors of Rudius Rere. In Azura Kingdom, even though he had help from Armor Dragon King Perogius, he still took down Water God Riada and the 3 swords of North God. Randolph is a treasure His Majesty King Dragon 2 lent to me. I don't think he would lose. But if he's hurt, I would lose face. Pax shrugs. Then, straightening up again, he looks back at Zanoba. Say, brother, you look rather guarded. Well, your Majesty and I left on bad terms. That is true. But, I don't intend to keep on fighting my brother. Pax crosses his legs and rests his chin on his hands. Looking rather arrogant. So, let bygones be bygones. Thank you for your generosity. Sure. Pax grins as Zanoba takes a bow. A satisfied grin. The grin of a winner. Not a winner in battle, but a smile for having the upper hand. 3. Rather, I should be the one thanking you. Because of what happened, I was able to change for the better. He changed. That short and chubby Pax doesn't look much different. Well, looking more carefully, he seems to have slimmed down. I can see his jawline and ABS now. His neck has thickened too. Has he gained muscles? He can no longer be considered chubby. No. It's what's inside that counts. 4. Certainly, I shed my share of tears when I was sent off as hostage to Kingdom of Dragon King. Towards brother and Rudius Grere. I felt only hate in those dark days. But, I changed.
I need to see this.
Pax glances at the girl beside him. That girl notices his glance. The glance they exchange conveys a certain trust between them. Let me tell you a little story. When I arrived at Kingdom of Dragon King, nobody cared for me. While wandering around aimlessly, I happened upon a girl. Pax begins his tale without waiting for our reply. Well, no reason to stop him. Maybe he'll incidentally mention something about Hitagame. That girl was alone in the garden. Just by herself, having nothing to do and bored out of her mind. No one would talk to her, and she would talk to no one. Even when I approached and asked, she wouldn't respond. Somehow Pax became interested in that girl. Every day he would approach her in the garden to make conversation. That girl talks little, but at least she would respond to Pax. She's just a clueless girl, but she seems happy to listen to Pax talk. Pax also finds joy in this, always seeking new topics to discuss with her. Soon the rumor spread, that the good-for-nothing from Chiron has hooked up with the good-for-nothing from Kingdom of Dragon King. A pair of good-for-nothings. And if they do the deed, a good-for-nothing will be born. How terrible, soon the palace will be filled with good-for-nothings. So goes the rumors.
Oh.
I want to behead the ones that spread those rumors.
Yeah. What do I want to see? I was looking at this. I was looking at this. Open image, new tab. I was looking to see, so like they were saying like Pax isn't chubby anymore. I kind of wanted to see that, so I decided, hey, let's look at him. And they right, he's not as chubby. He's still got the hair, but it's like, it's weird. He still looks like a creep though. He still looks really weird. A few? Oh, okay. Well, he's still chubby. Do you see that jawline? That's just him. He's just got a wide face, dude. It's fucking weird, dude. I don't know. Because there's another picture of Pax which is really spoilery. I on purpose I imagined that he was gonna be in the beginning of the volume, the picture in the beginning of the volume, so I looked for that first. Roxy looks tall in that outfit. What do you mean? She's sitting down. What do you mean, dude? Whatever.
If it was Chiron, even drunks wouldn't dare to speak such slander. But it wasn't. Because in Kingdom of Dragon King, I have nothing. This weighed heavily on him.
Okay.
He wanted to make them pay.
All right.
But all Pax could do was hide in his bed.
We got a Roxy simp in the chat. Sick 'em, boys. Go get 'em. Us Roxy fans and Sylphie fans can unite on this one, right? This man's too much of a simp. We gotta get rid of him, you know. Randolph looking like a gardener. Bruh.
And soak his pillows with tears of frustration. He thought that when he got tired of crying, he would just dismiss them as a bunch of idiots. But that didn't happen.
Bruh.
From that day since, Pax changed.
You're asking
he turned
for
away
it,
from wanton
bro.
lifestyle
You're
and became diligent.
so hard for
Even
Roxy
I don't know why that
here,
happened.
man.
I was not really dumb in the first
fuck?
place. Maybe I just want to prove that I'm more than a good for nothing.
Sophie for the win.
In a different environment, meeting different people, learning different emotions, and forging a different path.
Swap the Y
It's a change of
and the
heart.
I.
I understand. Because I too, was like that when I came to this world. Anyways, Pax put in the effort. He diligently studied magic. Because of his physiques, he had no talent in swordsmanship and exercise. But looking at him now, he didn't slack off on physical training either. A year and a half later, Kingdom of Dragon King held a scholarly convention. Pax posted great results in a mock trial of sorts. That's where he caught the eye of the king. The king said, even though he was sent as a hostage, his never-give-up attitude is praiseworthy. There was even an offer of reward. Basically, he was recognized. Pax was summoned to the audience room, and the king asks, do you want wealth? Or perhaps rank? If you want, you can defect from Chiron Kingdom and become a citizen of mine. Despite the king's generous offers, Pax replies, The 18th Princess. 18th Princess Benedict V King Dragon. Born of a magic race mother from unknown origins. The king used her as a plaything, and she was born of that plaything. She has no succession right, even though she held the title as 18th Princess, no one recognizes her as royalty. An apathetic girl, the good-for-nothing princess. Yet Pax asked for the hand of this princess. The king was hesitant, but Pax was relentless. Other daughters are fine too, what a shame you ask for Benedict. Though, even if it's only in name, Benedict is still a princess. You'll need a stature to match that. Thus the king of Kingdom of Dragon King permits Pax to temporarily return to Chiron Kingdom. So he can find a suitable station in Chiron before returning to wed the princess. Also to ask for another prince as hostage. A necessary step to save face. But Chiron Kingdom tactfully refused. Pax always caused trouble in Chiron. That's why King Chiron sent him to Kingdom of Dragon King. Wouldn't it be a pity to send another prince as hostage in his place? This enrages the Dragon King. How dare a vassal state like Chiron refuse an order from the Dragon King? To show his wrath, the king sent his most able knights, Death God Randolph and the Order of Black Knights, with Pax to initiate a coup. They murdered the rest of the royal family, and installed Pax on that still bloody throne. And that's how I gained everything. Rank, fame, a woman's love, and the strongest pawn. Pax wraps an arm around the girl beside him as he said, and shoots a glance at the Death God beside him. That girl blushes. The Death God can only shrug. Oh, so that girl is Benedict? So far he has yet to mention Hitagame. Maybe Pax heard the word of God and did nothing with it? 6. Well, his change of heart is a bit suspicious, but that's why, I have no reason to hate you anymore. I see, how respectable. As if truly grateful, Zanoba takes a deep bow. Then he asks. Since you now wield the strongest palm, is there a reason to recall yours truly? Ha, about that. Pax snorts and laughs. Zanoba and him both like to use I7 to refer to themselves, it's a little confusing. Indeed, if I ask Randolph, he can handle the northern incursion on his own. But despite calling him my pawn, ultimately, he's just alone. Who knows when he will return to His Majesty King Dragon? To assume borrowed power alone can protect the motherland would be a mistake. I don't want to disappoint His Majesty after finally earning his approval. Because he was recognized, Pax was made King of Chiron. So he has to show his worth. What good am I, if I don't show my resourcefulness once a while? How self-aware.
Yeah, I saw my mouse hesitating over that pause button for a while, probably. So does he look like a Chad to me? No. No, Pax does not look like a Chad to me. I was going to switch to because I used AI upscaling for this image specifically. So let me go to properties and switch to Firefox. Boom. There you go. You got a good look at Roxy now. There you go. Does she look any better with this image? You good here? Get it out of your system. Get it out of your system, Roxy fans. This is the most you're gonna get. This is the most you're gonna get right here. Perfection. Oh yes, perfection. Yeah. This is all you're gonna get here. That's it. She's better in that robe. Let me try to find a different image. So as you look at this image with let me look at a previous volume. We could just look at volume 13, right? Yeah, let's look at volume 13. So I'm swapping between the two. Yeah, we're okay here. So you don't like this version of Roxy. So you don't like this getup that she's in. Huh. Very strange, very strange. She's better in the other one. Alright, well, fair enough. There's no robe. No robe. Let me try to find robe. Robe Roxy. Where is she? Oh, no, that works too. So what about this one? There's Robroxy. You don't like her in that? Notice how you can see reason K2 almost every time from that. OBS disconnected. What the fuck? Reconnection successful. What do you mean? Yeah, that one looks better. Okay. The streams, it looked like the stream crashed on me for a moment, but it doesn't look like it did. So yeah, I think we're good. I think we got it out of your system, right? We're good now, right? We're good now, Roxy fans. We're good. We're good. You can stop simping. All right. We're good. We're good.
I often try to make myself useful to Orsted as well. So, that's why, brother. No, Zanoba. You might have expected revenge when I summoned you, but that was never my intention. It's as just the letter said. Due to the coup, our country has a moment of weakness, and is now under attack from the north. Right
Yeah,
now,
the
country
volume
needs a
1
warrior like
pictures
Zanoba.
don't look that
So let water under the
great.
bridge, and lend me your power. When he said that, Pax lowers his head. Not really a bow, but it's lowered. Not asking Zanoba as his brother, but as his king. Of course, your majesty. It's for this that I live. Zanoba nods. There's no hesitation there. His lack of hesitation probably unnerves Pax. Thus he asks. Brother. Even though I'm an usurper. You're fine with that. Pax fears that Zanoba might plot mutiny. Perhaps he just wants to lay it all out there first. He did kill the rest of their brothers. He said he doesn't harbor hate anymore,
That's the
but
volume
Zanoba still
1.
might. It's not unfathomable to think that Zanoba came back to avenge
Volume
them.
1 pick.
Zanoba raises his head when he heard those words. A
Yeah,
moment of
they
confusion,
didn't
then goes
look
down
that
again.
great.
With Zanoba unresponsive, Pax raises his chin and speaks up. Speak freely.
Like,
Dependent on his answer, I might have to fight the Death God. The Death God may look unenthusiastic now, but if things turn serious, he'll certainly come at me with breathtaking speed. I will put up a distraction and break a wall to escape. While I'm on alert, Zanoba speaks. No matter the king, no matter his politics, the fact that I live to protect the kingdom.
first 6 volumes, that I disagree with. Look at volume 6 here. Oh no, you might be right. It does have that same art style. I think they probably changed artists or something. Here you go, Roxy fans. I'm sure you like pedophilia, don't you? So yeah, that's it got better. It got better. It got better. Artist is still the same. There's a big fucking difference then between volume 7 and volume 6. Like a huge fucking difference. Like, look at this shit. Like you're telling me that this is the same artist as fucking... Like, this is the same artist? Like, bro, like it's better to compare volume 1 versus this. Like seriously, bro. I mean, the faces look concurrent. Yeah. The angles look fucking weird. Anyway, let's continue.
Remains unchanged. Silence permeates the
You
audience
went through
room.
a training arc, I
That wasn't the
agreed.
question. But, it's clear that he means I don't plan to betray you in those words. Pax looks troubled. I wonder if it's a difficult decision. Whether to consider Zanoba friend or foe. Ha, well, do as you please. He mutters as if he gave up. But as if resolved himself, he loudly declares. Zanoba Chiron. I give you command of Fort Karen. Your soldiers are already deployed. Take over as commander there and stop the northern incursion. Yes sir. Zanoba takes a gracious bow. With that, the audience concluded. Feeling like I dodged a bullet, I left the audience room. Part 3. Afterwards, we're led to a room.
I'm gonna refill my hydro flask, I'll be back. And I'm back. Hello. Hello once again. We are back. Do these books have the complete illustration and the wiki fandoms? I'm pretty sure the wiki has every single picture. Pretty sure. I don't think they're missing anything. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they have the scans of all of these. Yeah, let's continue.
Inside the Chiron castle. Zanoba's room is no longer there, so a guest room on the second floor is used instead. Our guard seems to be a knight of Kingdom of Dragon King. Instead of guarding us, I'm afraid we're under watch instead. Pax is wary of Zanoba.
Of course,
we head
there's
north towards
more
Fort Karen.
people coming
I want
into
to give
these
Roxy the
streams
heads
when
up,
I'm
but we're under watch.
AFK. Are you fucking
It's better if we don't make unnecessary movements, so we'll just meet up tomorrow before heading north.
I'm gone
Zanoba and I
and
are sitting
like,
on the sofa
yes,
together,
the viewers
like a
are coming in.
Pax is surprisingly a great king. Zanoba is the first to break the ice. In his usual tone, but he seems rather happy. Is he? He's trying to protect Chiron with our own people. For that, he even lowered his head towards a former enemy. Isn't that spectacular? If you look at it that way, it is very impressive. I nod slightly, still. Shisho looks concerned, but people change. What happened was a mistake.
Makes you think.
Right.
It's like
Pax
I'm
did
a
handle it poorly.
terrible streamer.
He made mistakes.
Shit.
But I feel that he's trying his best right now. Indeed, hasn't Pax become stronger than how I remember him?
Makes me think
I can't
that
say
the
for sure
my
whether he's doing his best.
AFK screen is
But
more
that's not for me to
entertaining
decide.
than me.
This may also be
Shit.
manipulation by an evil god.
No.
The evil god Shisho said you're fighting against.
I'm
My
almost
joke backfired,
yawning all the
and
time,
I got a serious
so
response instead.
Makes sense.
What? Did I say that? Before, when we had that dinner with Cliff. My heart to heart with Cliff. I guess Zanoba wasn't as drunk as he seemed. Of course back then, I thought it was a joke. Asking Cliff-san to create an anti-curse device to weaken Orsted's curse, along with other work Shisho has done with Orsted, I start to connect the dots that they all have to do with that evil god.
Wait,
Really?
shit.
You did.
I left my
Is it time
Hydro
to fess
Flask
up?
back there.
After all, Zanoba.
Wait a second. Don't celebrate because I had the AFK screen on. Fuck you. Yay. Fuck off.
Is part of it this time. Alright, I'll talk. Please, Shisho. I tell Zanoba about Hitagami. Roughly all that has happened. Also the rough situation this time. And the possibility of Pax being
Go
manipulated
streamer,
by
let's
Hitagami.
go. Fuck off.
But Pax never mentioned Hitagami at all. Maybe not. Hitagami deceived me too. How he works in the background can't be easily fathomed. If Pax isn't an apostle, then maybe the death god, even Benedict is a possibility. Right now the prime suspect is the king of Kingdom of Dragon King. Unfortunately, there's more than one apostle.
Gosh.
Considering Hitagami's motives, there should be one in Chiron
Fuck
Kingdom as well.
you.
Deceive. So Shisho fought Orsted, because Hitagami deceived you. Indeed. Hypothetically, if Hitagami has deceived Pax, a possibility exists that I may have to fight with Shisho. Zanoba presses his hands against his chin, taking a moment to think. Then slowly, those words trickle out. Since in that hypothesis, I must protect Pax. Oh. In that case, we might become enemies. No, that won't happen. There's no way I can become enemies with Shisho. Didn't Shisho just say that Pax must not be killed? But, right now. By protect, I meant protect him from Hitagami. Whew. What a shock. I thought Zanoba was saying he would go to the other side. I have no clue what I would do if that actually happens. What a relief. Why did the word protect suddenly pop up? I thought you didn't care about Pax. When I thoughtlessly say that, Zanoba is stuck in a daze. Again putting a hand under his chin, considering for a while. Well, certainly it was like that up until now. It didn't have anything to do with me. With a troubled expression, he murmurs. Unexpectedly, Pax is depending on me, this is a first for me. Zanoba says, flashing a bright smile. Rather than rely upon, he's more like being used. But Zanoba seems quite happy to be depended upon. I guess the desire to protect the kingdom and the actions to protect its king, Pax, often line up. 8. I still can't read Hitagami's intentions. I don't know who the apostles are. I can't see any signs of it being a trap to kill me. I get the feeling that I missed something, that there's something I didn't notice. It would be nice if a trap was just Orsted overthinking things, but it's best not to be too optimistic. There may be a trap somewhere, and I just didn't notice it. Well, my doubts remain, but right now there's too many things I don't know, so there's no helping it. Also, convincing Zanoba seems impossible. Pax acts as if he's welcoming Zanoba. No killing intent. There's a feeling that if it's what Zanoba wants, it may be alright to let him stay here. If Pax shows now intentions of killing Zanoba, the reasons for making him return are on thin ice. If there's no chance of him being killed, it's like finding employment at your hometown when your family is in trouble. 9. Though a company run by Pax doesn't seem like it would treat its employees well, I should respect Zanoba's decisions. But the possibility remains that Pax will have a change of heart and try to kill Zanoba. Mentioning that here would just sound like an excuse, but my doubts won't disappear just like that. Not to mention, it would be too late once Pax really acts to take out Zanoba. Before that happens, I'd like to find proof somewhere that Pax really wants Zanoba dead. But where can I find that evidence? In the first place, even if there's no intention to kill him now, Pax may be thinking about killing Zanoba if he ever becomes a nuisance in the future. Damn it. I'm going in circles. This stress will make me bald. I won't get any answers just worrying on my own. I'll go discuss it with Roxy tomorrow. In respectable tone.
We get another Roxy scene. Let's go! You guys are very happy, aren't you? Fucking hell. Alright. After this 3-hour stream, I'm only 31% of the way through this volume. This volume's either long or I've just been stalling like a motherfucker. Shit. I'm probably doing both. It's probably both, to be honest. It's probably both, yeah. Let's keep going then.
Chapter 204, Fort Karen. Part 1. The day after the audience. I left preparations for departure to Zanoba and came back to the inn. I meet up with Roxy. Roxy was waiting in our room, armed to the teeth. 1. She seemed to be stiff and rushed up to me as soon as I entered. Was it all right? I was worried because there was no contact, but yeah, nothing happened. Because she had not had breakfast yet, we ate on the first floor of the inn while I told her about the contents of the audience. The possibility that Pax is an apostle of Hitagami is low. That it is difficult to discern the intent of Hitagami. That the king of Kingdom of Dragon King is suspicious. I told her everything along with my worries. While making a difficult face, her soup spoon clicking against her bowl, Roxy listened to my story. Honestly, my head isn't working very well right now due to lack of sleep. Right. You can see bags beneath her eyes, and her overall movements are dull. It would be wrong to think of it as an all-nighter, after all we had kept moving the entire day before. Even an adventurer will become tired if they remain at attention for so long. There was no fight. Prince Pax was rational. The name Hitagami did not come up. Thus, I wasn't able to determine anything. Roxy could not think of anything either, but maybe my explanation was lacking. If there was not going to be a fight, I should have went as well. Why you? I may have been able to figure something out if I could have heard it with my own ears. Ah, there might have been something like that. During the audience I was thinking only of Hitagami's possible traps and the death god. Over the course of events there may have been something outside of my expectations which I missed. Another head with different expectations may have been necessary. That head may have been Roxy's. Well, there is nothing I can do about what's already passed. Somewhere there will be a trap created by Hitagami. Could it be that the trap is only in Orsted's imagination, and there is nothing? We should assume the worst and move accordingly. It may be that, right now, there is an invisible noose drawing around our family. The fact that Lara, who has become the savior, cried like that has made me nervous. For now there is no sign of Hitagami, but we might just be missing it. It could be anything. Well, it was a careless remark. Roxy lowered her head apologetically. 2. If Pax summoned us here to spring a trap, then he won't announce anything. I think he's hiding something. For example, this morning Ginger-san brought me some information. Oh. Although I haven't seen Ginger, she must be moving behind the scenes. Her report says that 500 soldiers are at Fort Karen. 500. If only a number is told, I won't understand if that's too little or a lot. By her way of speaking it sounds like that isn't much. The enemy force seems to number nearly 5,000. That's horrible. If there is a difference of 10 times, there doesn't seem to be a chance of victory. Did you hear about that? No. I didn't hear about that at all, I was only told to go. Ginger also told me this. Prince Pax is keeping the forces protecting Fort Karen to a minimum. The rumor is that in the background mercenaries are gathering for an ambush. Did you hear anything about the strategy? No. I had not heard any of that. But, yeah, it would be possible to throw away Fort Karen. On the outside he could be welcoming Zanoba, but his intention could be to use him and then throw him away. While Zanoba holds the enemy at bay with his life, he would be able to consolidate his fighting force. If I suppose that Pax thinks of Zanoba as a liability, then that would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In addition it could be that getting Rudy was the intention all along. Why do you say that? I have never been to war myself, but I have read an account of a single saint-class magician who was able to hold off 1,000 soldiers by themselves. Is there such a record? A warrior worth 1,000 men. I had not really thought about the scale of saint-class magic. I am king ranked, Rudy is the equivalent of emperor rank. If it's the 2 of us, we should be able to hold a fort for a considerable amount of time. It might be difficult to annihilate a 5,000 strong force. If it's me, though, and I come at the entire force with the intention of killing them. But even just being there, the other side should know about it. Information that a king and emperor class magician are present should leak out somehow. It would be the height of foolishness to just plunge into such a well-defended fortress. Or possibly, if an attack came. Out of those 5,000 soldiers there may be a considerable number of magicians. If it is a full assault by such magicians, even someone saint rank could be overwhelmed and destroyed no matter how much more powerful they are. No, in an all-or-nothing battle it would only take 1 good blow to be disabled. However, there is a limit to magical power. Eventually you'll become exhausted. I can't imagine running out of magic power myself, But while fighting fatigue will accumulate. Magic power is also not infinite, it will decrease by the amount you use. If the death god is sent to us when we are exhausted from battle. Possibly that could be his aim. Do you think it seems like that kind of trap? Ah, it's certainly possible. Also. Roxy raised her spoon between her fingers, the pose of a teacher. There are only 3 apostles. Yes. The king of Kingdom of Dragon King making Pax King feels kind of forced. At this point it's kind of hard to tell whether an enemy attack is coming, isn't it? Rudy, who do you believe the apostles should be? Who would I make as the apostles? Ah, the enemy nation. Chiron is kind of like a vassal state to the KDK. There would be a risk involved when invading. A dissenting opinion should appear in the country. An apostle would be needed to push past that. Perhaps a member of the royal family from the enemy country. No, maybe someone like a general. While getting advice from Hitagami, bringing us to ruin reliably in a pincer attack with the death god. Surely. Thanks to Roxy's insight, my thoughts were coming together. There are 2 people with a high possibility of being Hitagami's apostles. One is the king of Kingdom of Dragon King. The other person should be an outstanding person from the group attacking Fort Karen. As to the third person, I wonder who it could be? In the Azura Kingdom it was Luke's turn. To be honest, this casts some doubt onto Zanoba. However, from the talk yesterday he did not feel like an apostle. Then there is Ginger. Given their organization in the Azura Kingdom, the death god is suspicious. Or there is the possibility that it is the princess who was beside Pax. Until now Hitagami has not attacked with more than 2 pawns. That is to say, if there are only 2 people this time then the other one is possibly moving towards the next goal in another location. In other words, there is likely no third apostle here. There are numerous possibilities. The third apostle cannot be determined yet. However, the general identities of 2 apostles have been solidified. Roxy is once again reliable. For argument's sake, what will you do if going to Fort Karen becomes like climbing into the lion's mouth? 3. Well. For now I think it's important that we don't speculate too heavily about the other party. I strongly believe we should not go to Fort Karen. But Zanoba is raring to go already. He'll go even if we stay. He'll go even by himself. But Pax is sending Zanoba to a location with a mere 500 troops, with that knowledge I could try to persuade him. Pax, you are trying to kill Zanoba. You are heartless enough to say, even if you don't want to, go there even if you die. It is that you are going to use him and throw him away. That reason alone will not stop Zanoba. Zanoba will just set out with, it is my duty to protect my country. In that case, if someone said to retreat during an enemy attack he would not just nod his head and listen. Wait. If somehow the enemy is 5,000, might that satisfy Zanoba? While Fort Karen is holding out against the enemy, Pax can gather more forces. In other words, while Fort Karen is protected the country is stable. I wonder if they are just pretending to defend the country. We'll go to Fort Karen to save Zanoba.
I will read
I understand.
Old Dragon's Tales
the problem
eventually.
is, there is still a trap. Roxy made a bitter face when I said that. For the time being I had better bring MK1. I wonder if it is possible to beat it head on. Well, there is some time before we go to Fort Karen. We can consider various things. Yes, Sensei. Then, around the time we were finishing our conversation, a horse-drawn carriage arrived carrying Zanoba. Part 2. Zanoba did not change his expression even after hearing about only having 500 soldiers. Rather he just happy nodded with a, oh, is that the case? His attitude was indifferent. Suddenly I realized, this guy maybe doesn't consider the difference in strength between himself and his opponents. Listen to this Zanoba, if the difference is 10 times then it's a siege. If it's 5 times it's an attack. Once it is doubled there is a difference. If there is an enemy, then fight well. If there is an attack, then escape. If there is a siege then avoid it. When you get right down to it a fight with a large difference in numbers is disadvantageous. The place is a fort, but if the strength difference is 10 times it will be difficult to endure. After my roundabout explanation Zanoba just tilted his head and gave a blank stare. How do we know that in this case it is disadvantageous? How can you take a difference of 10-fold lightly? It's 10 times more. Seriously Shisho, can you not think of a way in which we are not outnumbered 10-fold? Somehow not 10 times. Is this guy serious? Can he not even do basic arithmetic? We have 500, doesn't the opponent have 5,000? 10 times 500 is 5,000, are you feeling okay? Famu. Shisho, I wonder if you are testing me. Zanobo sighed and let out a laugh. It's the kind of laughter that a fool might make. All the while he had a tense face. 4. Look at it this way, Shisho. Then he began to explain. In that calculation Roxy Dano and Shishao are not included. It is said that a saint-rank magician can be equal to 1,000 soldiers in the right situation. I view the forces we have here as at least worth 2,500 soldiers. Considering Roxy Dano is king rank and Shisho is emperor, I imagine that it is closer to 3,000 or more. Convention says that it should take forces in excess of 3 times an occupying force to storm a castle. Fort Karen is an ideal place to defend in this manner. Therefore the enemy will require more troops. Additionally Shisho has a surplus when it comes to aggregate magical power. I was speechless. The answer I got back exceeded my expectations. This guy, I mean, it was really unexpected. That was surprisingly detailed Zanoba-kun. Ever since early childhood I was forced to study military tactics for when I would become a leader within the country. He had been kept alive in order to protect the country. Just for this time he had been allowed to remain on the payroll. That's exactly the case. And unless you just want him to mindlessly rampage across the battlefield then you better teach him well things that will increase his judgment. This is Shisho's first battle. But please don't worry. In the past, just for a little, I have entered the field. As long as there is Shisho and Roxy Dano, the enemy will not enter the fortress. He's brimming with confidence. I wonder if it's really alright. I don't feel like it is. Still, it's best under the present conditions not to go to Fort Karen. I'll try to persuade him, Just a bit. But Pax was going to place you at that fort without, at the very least, knowing about Roxy. Well, I would still go. If it's about my tremendous aggregate magical power, then Pax should not know of it. Shisho, what are you trying to say? I took my time with the preface, but I'll get right to the conclusion. I'll just be frank. You don't feel like you are being thrown away. Zanoba made a face like a dove shot with a BB gun. But to Zanoba any gun would be like a BB gun, huh? Pax surely might not feel bitter towards you anymore, but he may still expect you to die.
Nuke him.
Well, that could be. Zanoba waits for me to speak while scratching his cheek. 5. Is there really a need to follow this order? Zanoba sighed and let out a laugh. It's an expression that asks, just what are you trying to say? In war, there are times when someone must be sacrificed. Soldiers must become the first casualty, but also sometimes the royal family bears this burden. There may be a time when I must die. But is it necessary to clean up after Pax? He killed the rest of the royal family. Do you really have an obligation to him after that? What is important is the serious matter before us, not past blunders. Doesn't Shisho often say the same? It's the normal Zanoba, but if you look close he seems to be a little uneasy. Outside the window mercenaries mingle alongside the regular merchants. It's also normal out there, but if you look closely it's a little uneasy. Zanoba has said he is going to go to war with other countries is his duty. In that case, that Pax is king, or the relationship between Zanoba and Pax, those things don't matter. As I thought, right now persuasion is impossible. I get it was wrong of me to say that. No, I understand that Shisho is just showing his concern for me. If we are going to Fort Karen, then, because I am an amateur, I will follow your orders. Feel free to say anything. For the sake of Zanoba that had to be said. Ah, thank you. If Shisho is there then it's very reassuring. Okay. We'll go and hold the northern Fort Karen for the time being. By doing that Pax will be able to consolidate his strength. Also the enemy might not even attack. Over time the country will stabilize. The country's defense will be bolstered, Zanoba can protect his homeland, the result should be satisfactory. The rest is Pax and DRK job. Wait. From the current situation where Chiron is a vassal state of Kingdom of Dragon King, how will Pax turn it into a republic? No, Orsted says that is a story that won't happen for 30 years. Also some other incident is likely to happen between now and then. 6. If he turns out to be an apostle then the king of Kingdom of Dragon King will certainly meet his death in the near future. It isn't necessary to put everything in order all at once. After we bring Zanoba back home, I'll have to consult Orsted about it again. I'll bring Zanoba back alive. That's the reason I'm here this time. I will not forget this. Part 3. 3 members head towards the fort, Roxy, Zanoba, and myself. Ginger remains at the capital. 7. When she heard that Zanoba was going to the fort she seemed troubled a bit, but she had decided to remain and continue to collect intelligence. It seems certain there is something she is anxious about. With an earnest request, she entrusted the rest to the Prince 8. At any rate, we are only 3 people. This is, you would say, a departure for the front, no a farewell escort, not even that but maybe unique reinforcements. One of Chiron's soldiers is driving the carriage, but he is formal and distant. It seems like Pax plans to make Zanoba a sacrificial pawn after all. As for the magic armor MKI, just like Zanoba's dolls, it has been disassembled so that we could transport the parts separately. 9. It will arrive after us. The transportation in this world is sloppy unlike the shipping industry in modern Japan. The magic armor's destination is the same as mine, but something could still happen in the meantime. I'm worried about that. The only part of the MKI that we have with us is its large Gatling gun. I'm so worried that I have even considered equipping it. I remembered that during my fight with Orsted I became half dead by running through all my magical power. As much as possible I need to preserve my magic for the magic armor. In any case, our departure was underway. Part 4. There was no large road leading to the battlefield. We rode along in a horse-drawn carriage earnestly moving forward down a small road like the footpath between rice fields. As we head north we move from small towns, to farming villages, and then sometimes we end up camping. Along the way I began to think about other things, not just Hitagami. Because of everything I'm now going to war. As soon as I thought that, anxiety reared its ugly head. My body became stiff. War. After coming to this world I still only have just some experience with killing other people. However, war. There is an unspeakable fear from that word. To kill or be killed. Just from the idea of war there is fear. Or rather, I pray for victory. Because of the explanation the other day, I now know there is likely to be battle. I'm going to war for the first time. I'm anxious. Shisho, look. There is a group of adventurers, but I wonder what they plan to do lugging all of their heavy equipment way out here. Despite my unease, Zanoba seemed to be having fun. Every time he discovers something he comes to me, smiling, to report it. His cheerfulness is amazing. So much so, you would not believe that he is headed to war right now. That is a party set out to explore labyrinths. There are not a lot of labyrinths around here, but plenty can be found out away from towns. A party that is serious about doing labyrinths, those kinds of people will move the last stretch out from their location on foot. Roxy is calm too. Zanoba is cheerful as usual. I am going to war for the first time timidly. Oh, Roxy Dano is indeed knowledgeable. At one time I also dived into a labyrinth in this area. I'm the only one that's blue. I wonder how these two people are so composed. Somehow only I seem be missing the materials to have a peace of mind. For them, I wonder what those materials are. Perhaps my anxiety does not show on the surface. Come to think of it, it was because Roxy Dano completed a labyrinth on her own that she was asked to become the court magician of our country. Yes, that's a nostalgic story. You never hear of someone challenging a labyrinth alone, that is not an ordinary feat. I had thought that it is, of course, only natural of Shisho's Shisho, but why did you do something so excessive? I mean, let's see, that is a search for, it is something beautiful. It was an error caused by a youth's passion. Oh, I wonder if you discovered what you were searching for. It was not found at that time, but at a later date I finally got my hands on it. From under her hat Roxy looked at me with sparkles in her eyes. Ah, it's that kind of story. Roxy went into the labyrinth looking for a lover, or something. I see, this blue-haired genius magician entered a labyrinth in search of a husband. Please don't clearly say such embarrassing things. Isn't it great? Since before Shisho has entered school he has been yearning for Roxy Dano. Is that true? Would he be in a loving relationship with Sylvie if it were? No, it is true. At first I wasn't aware that Roxy Dano was his Shisho. Zanoba and Roxy have fun recounting an old story. If it is like usual times this might be where Zanoba's jealousy would show. At this time I have become accustom to it. Well, the Rudy back then and I... Rudy. What's wrong? I became aware of Roxy looking straight at me. Her face is close. I thought about trying to kiss her, but I didn't. Hey, Zanoba, I think you are having quite a bit of fun considering we are going to war. Ha ha ha, I am a man too. My heart will dance when I am preparing to enter a duel with my life on the line. I'm uneasy. Part 5. 9 days pass. Fort Karen was a more splendid fort than I had imagined. Its appearance, when viewed from a distance, was of a small-sized stone fortress. It was a kind of place you could see anywhere, with a somewhat undependable atmosphere. However, its location was excellent. It was constructed on a delta between the mouths of 2 rivers. Indeed, the famous Zanoba overnight castle was built in a place like this 10. In addition, there is a forest spread before the river. Coming in and out of the Chiron kingdom through this forest is simple enough, but leading an army through it would be difficult. In this world, especially, demons will be lurking in the forests. While held in place fighting demons, before too long more will come down the other side of the path and flank you. There is nothing you can do about it. That guy who called this place a strong position was correct. Once I got a better look I realized it was more imposing than I had initially thought. Something like a trebuchet was installed on the roof of a watchtower. Because I heard that only 500 people were lodged here I had assumed it would be rather small, but it was a respectable size. However, the number of soldiers moving around was few and their countenance was gloomy. After hearing of the overwhelming enemy, their spirits probably plummeted. Shisho, Roxy Dano, this way. We were led over by Zanoba where we inquired about the officer who is currently responsible for the fort. We found the commanding officer in a place that looked like a strategy meeting room. Him and some vice captains were huddled over some maps with their heads together. Who is it? It is the third prince of the Chiron kingdom, Zanoba Chiron. When we entered they all looked over at us with blank suspicion, but the moment Zanoba gave his name they dropped down on one knee. Chiron Knight, Garrick Babilitai, Karen Fortress Defense Corps Captain. 11. Yes, thank you for your work until now. I think a message was sent by the king but... Yes sir, I received it just the other day. If possible let's speak quickly. I will take over command of this fortress starting tomorrow, is that clear? Yes sir. I could sense a slight bit of dissatisfaction from Garrick. Rather than being bothered by being removed from the top, is he troubled over whether to give command to this guy here? I wonder if he has been proud to be in charge of this fort until now. Once we join together with these guys, we don't want to leave any questions about discord under the surface. That said, it has been a long time since this one has stood on the battlefield. Therefore, to that end, I will put myself into an aide-like position and rely on Garrick when it comes to real-world problems. Will that suffice? Yes sir. And, before I said anything, Zanoba followed through. Yeah, it's best to leave such matters to a veteran. Well then, without any delay, Garrick, I want to raise the troops' morale. Please gather all the troops in this fort. Yes, sir. On Zanoba's orders we prepared to greet the remaining soldiers in the fort. An hour later. Before a balcony which was set up for appearances outside the fort, an army of armored figures totaling nearly 400 were lined up. 12. On top of the fortress were 50 people, part of the watch. The remaining 50 troops were occupied outside the fort with reconnaissance or as part of the transportation corps. The soldiers in formation are all strong brazen-looking guys with tough faces. Everyone appears more fearless than I expected, it's spectacular. I had thought that 500 was a small amount, but once I saw them all lined up that was no longer the case. With this many it feels like we could do it. No, with an opponent 10 times larger, I wonder if this even amounts to anything. On the dais Zanoba was standing with his suspicious-looking face. Everyone's moral is low. Standing before them is a member of the royal family so there is a lot of whispering and chatting between the men.
For a second.
I am
I'm
Chiron
trying to
Kingdom's third
message
prince,
someone.
Zanoba Chiron. Your Highness Zanoba. Every man present is honored by the chance to fight with you.
Yep.
The commanding officer standing in the front sticks out his chest as he compliments Zanoba. He does this even though I do not think he feels like welcoming Zanoba himself. His face is asking Zanoba why he is even here. Yes. Zanoba looks down on the soldiers. While nodding in an exaggerated fashion. Perhaps because of his full body armor or the club I had made for him, but Zanoba had become something else entirely. First, explain the situation. Yes sir. Currently skirmishes with the enemy side are continuing. It has become clear from questioning captives that we will soon be facing a large offensive. I see, then we don't have much time to prepare. Zanoba nodded with a nomu. The commanding officer's face looked a little uneasy. You can tell a lot from his face. Zanoba, from deep in his chest, raises his voice. First of all, gentlemen, allow me to introduce your reinforcements. Just hearing the word reinforcements caused the soldiers' faces to lighten a bit. It is easy to understand how quickly morale increased in that moment. However, just where could those reinforcements be? At least, there has been nothing from Pax. Just when I'm thinking of this Zanoba looks our way. Roxy and I go up on the stage when prompted. Hey there. Up front. Another. But surely. The soldiers began to murmur. I feel like some people are looking mainly toward Roxy. There are few women on the battlefield and I wonder if she is rousing the beast in them. Yes fellows, I know that Roxy is awe-inspiring and beautiful and cute, but there are female soldiers looking at Roxy too. Hold on, men and women, you are all looking at a living person like an object. It's all people in their 30s and 40s. Gentlemen. There are many enemies but few allies. We also are expecting a large offense from the other side. Everyone surely is feeling anxiety. However, from the Magic City Sharia now, I have called up some very powerful reinforcements. Zanoba gave a wink. Certainly, we are those reinforcements. That's right, Saint rank or higher is a match for 1,000. Roxy and I together are 2,000 men in power. Thanks. Taking off her hat, Roxy greeted them. The men's commotion increases. I thought so. That was the court magician. The king rank magician. The one who developed some of the basics we use in drills. While making that dogai face, Zanoba starts to explain about Roxy. 13. This is Roxy Miguradaya. She is a person who was at one time the court magician to our Chiron kingdom. Although I think many of you know this, she is also the person who developed the foundations of our modern paired magical training. 14. And this is Rudius Guerre, her disciple. 15. These two are both resourceful magicians of king class or higher. The place came alive with ooze and ags. I see. At one time Roxy was a court magician for this country.
Saint class.
Among these soldiers there will be those who had been around in those days. But that's not like you, Zanoba. Right now Roxy is Roxy Guerre, not Miguradaya. Just how did you make such a blunder? Well, perhaps Miguradaya is required to evoke her reputation. I'm sure you will have heard the story that Saint class magician's power is worth 1,000 men. In that case king class magic could be any kind of thing. Not many people know this, but in fact there is also a story from the Laplace campaign in the distant past where a single king class magician successfully repelled an army 100,000 strong. The entire place fell silent. 100,000 is probably too much of an exaggeration. I have never heard such a story. But there are some guys looking at me with yearning in their eyes. Apparently they believe it. In addition to these two people with king class or higher magic, myself, with the nickname Head-Ripping Prince and a Maiko, will be leading from the front lines. After hearing that he is a Maiko and also the Head-Ripping Prince, the soldiers' expectations soar. In Chiron Kingdom there is a Maiko called the Head-Ripping Prince, and even though he has a detestable nickname, when you put him on the battlefield he becomes reliable. Gentlemen, I will promise victory to you. As soon as Zanoba said this he raised his fist into the air. The soldiers also raised their fists and yelled out loudly. Oh! Their morale is excellent. By no means was it a bad speech. Surprisingly, I wonder if Zanoba has the necessary talents for leadership. I had never once thought such a thing, even just a bit, until now. Talent isn't enough to become a king, but it might be enough to make someone a general. So, in addition to this fort that seems hard to attack, we have two king-class magicians. To attack from here might not work, but defending it should be easy. Zanoba is full of confidence and the soldiers are cheering for him. It's that kind of story. As I watched those soldiers saluting, my anxiety faded. I've trained myself properly. I will do my best. Completely equipped? I think is literally kowtow, but I can't think of a way to phrase it right in.
Anyway, those are funny notes. Preparations for war. So Roxy has a reputation among the fucking army. That's weird. Did not expect that. I'm a bit hungry, so I'm gonna go get my my lunch right now. This will take about 5 minutes, I'm guessing. 3 to 5 minutes. So I hope you enjoy the AFK screen. I hope you enjoy. Hold up. It looks like I might end the stream. I'm not 100% sure, but for right now, I am going to be AFK. So instead, I will leave y'all to... make a sandwich. I'll have this on in the background, and I think it'll be muted when I go in the AFK screen, but I'll turn it back on. Just give me a second. The Stalin stream. I need to eat, bro, okay? The Stalin stream. Alright. Name, please. Fucking hell. Alright, I'm gonna go in a quick sec. I need to make the sandwich, so... Name of the music in the background? Sure. This is the name of the video that I'm doing, that I have. Boo-boo. There you go. That's the name of the video. Yeah. I'll be back. I'm back. Hello there. I'm gonna keep this music on. And I brought a sandwich. I'm gonna be eating this sandwich for a little bit. Let's continue.
Chapter 205, Preparations for War. Part 1. The following day I went on a date with Zanoba. The location we chose was the prairie north of Fort Karen, which will likely become the battlefield. It's not actually a date, of course. If it was a date I would have brought Roxy. I don't dislike you, Zanoba, but I already have 2 wives and 1 husband. I cannot answer your feelings. Let's set aside the jokes for now. Early this morning Zanoba came to me saying, I want you to come with me for a little bit. And brought me out here. Honestly, I'm scared. This is a rough neighborhood. 2. We could encounter the enemy at any time here. Hey, is it safe out here? Shisho, are you being timid? Well, isn't it possible we might be discovered by the enemy at any time? Because the main attack should be coming soon. We will be fine if you just defeat whatever shows up. Those don't seem like the words of my valiant Shisho who challenged one of the world powers, Dragon God Orsted. Valiant is an unsuitable word for me. Eris is the one who is valiant. Well, with the MK2 magic armor I'm probably overdressed to handle small fries even if we are ambushed. Well, enemy scouts should not come here where they can be seen from the fortress. Shouldn't it be the opposite? If they don't position themselves where they can see the fort, how can they achieve anything as a scout? There is a bit of truth in that, but Commander Garrick has said that once the enemy arrives here they are already cut off from their main party. 1 or 2 people might come in hiding but you won't see any formations this close. Alright then, that's good. If the enemy forces in the area are known then there are no worries. I mean, Zanoba, why did you bring me out to a place like this? A love confession. Haha, I like you Shisho, but I'm not into sodomy. I'm not like those Azura nobles. Oh sorry, actually, Shisho is descended from Azura nobles. Our family tree is perfectly ordinary. I'm not interested in men. Or else would you want to embrace me? Neither of us would feel good about that. Joking aside, when this becomes a battlefield the enemy will be arrayed in about this position. Oh. Now that he mentions that I look around. It's just an empty field. Rolling plains with bundles of tall grass and a few idle stones. In addition there is also a slope. If you look towards Fort Karen you would be looking up. As you move away the slope gradually lessens. The river flows from south to north as well. It is an advantageous position, but the enemy's bows will still reach. Oh. I think we have plenty of distance but something could still get through. Still the arrows from this place will arrive more or less. So, I suppose we should do something about the terrain in this area. So that we don't have to worry about this position I would like to change the topography here. I see. If we change the terrain, then the enemy won't be able to deploy as close to us. In that case they will have to move their formation to a spot before here. If we can use that kind of method then their arrows won't reach us. If their advance becomes more difficult, it becomes possible to pick them off before they even get to the fort. This is definitely an ideal first step. Well then, Shisho, if you would. Affirmative. What kind of feeling do you want? How about a mountain or a valley? Then how about a valley which won't be passable without building a bridge? We spent the entire day altering the terrain of the battlefield. Out on the prairie we also created some trenches, 10 meters deep, 5 meters wide, and 20 meters long. While we were at it we disguised some of them to make pitfalls. Like this they are easy to fill, so we even installed a trebuchet to increase our range. In addition I crafted a moat and some stone walls along the outside of the river surrounding the fort. In this way it would be difficult for the enemy to construct a position near the fort.
Yeah,
Even if they assault from the pitfall zone they will find it difficult to advance on the fort.
Terrain.
Everything was completed. Setting it all up took half a day, but with this the enemy won't have an easy time with their advance. The field took a form where we will be able to attack unilaterally. This scene gives me a peace of mind. No, Shisho, couldn't you destroy this fort with magic from the other side of our traps? It's possible. If I could see it then that would be enough. The other side's magicians, it would be a good idea to assume their magic will reach. I do not know what kind of range a regular magician has. But if there is one person, me, who can, then you had better assume others can as well. I think the possibility that Hitagami has prepared a saint to king rank magician is good. Also, it's possible that a magician from the other side will be able to fill our traps. This time I made pitfalls the focus. But they are pitfalls after all. If you are up against an Earth Saint magician then they will be filled in one shot. I expect that, in the main phase of the battle, Roxy Dano and Shisho will be tasked with resisting that kind of magic. I see. Even if it turns out like that, we have 2 saint rank magicians over here. If their goal is to rain destruction I should be able to resist. I'll counterspell. I'll get the details at a later date, but for now there is meaning in making today's traps. Looking at the traps from the enemy's perspective, what would I do to surmount them? I could either use a magician, or if not that then human wave tactics. I will resist them if they use magic, if they use humans then the fort's archers. This way, I have peace of mind. We won't be taken by storm. If it's me, then I should have some flexibility. Part 2. And then 3 days went by. My magic armor arrived and I got busy assembling it. It is fundamentally designed for close combat so I won't be able to really use it until the fort is infiltrated. Magic consumption is also large and I can only go one battle inside of it, so I will fight without wearing it for now. I must not forget that there is a possibility that I will have to fight one of the 7 major powers. After I completed the assembly of the magic armor, I participated in reinforcing the fort with Zanoba. I block openings and strengthen walls. If only to this degree, consumption of magic is insignificant, so there isn't a problem. While I was doing that, Roxy was teaching magic to some of the soldiers in the fort. She wasn't only teaching magic to the soldiers, but also the rank and file. In a pinch, having the use of elementary magic could be the difference between life and death. Within the fort Roxy was popular, but I found myself being avoided. They aren't hostile toward me. In short, they are afraid. This seems to have happened because I rearranged the battlefield in one day. Soldiers in front of me get out of my way in a hurry, and if I ask for something then it will be answered with a polite and respectful tone. On the other hand, the soldiers do not approach me to talk. I'm a little alienated. Even though Roxy and Zanoba are already being accepted by the soldiers. Could it be a difference in communication skills? If I went and spoke with them more, would it be good, I wonder? No, I didn't come here to make friends. I'll be fine. The soldiers are cold and distant towards me, but there is rice. This is because the kingdom of Dragon King is backing this war. They may not have sent reinforcements, but they have sent supplies. In particular, they have sent food. Sanachi rice is eaten on a daily basis in the kingdom of Dragon King. It is also eaten in the Chiron kingdom. As such, it has become a staple in this fort. The taste is a little different from the rice that Aisha is breeding back home. Aisha has been diligently attempting many different things to meet my preference. When it comes to taste, I prefer Aisha's rice. But originally it's the same rice. If I can eat this rice every day then I am fine becoming a soldier of the Chiron kingdom. While thinking that, I feel a moment of bliss. However, I'll pass on the idea of working under Pax. Then on the 4th day. From an allied scout, we were told that the enemy troops have departed for the front. Part 3. The enemy will come soon. Traveling from the enemy's fort to here, it will take around 5 days to arrive with their forces. I do not know how many days it would take for a scout to complete a round trip, but they won't make a 5-day trip in only a single day. Neither will they make it on the 3rd or the 2nd day. The enemy will be here in the blink of an eye. The inside of the fort became an uproar. Zanoba with Garrick began to reorganize the troops, meanwhile Roxy started writing magic circles on the roof of the fort. Sharpening weapons, refurbishing armor, the soldiers of the fort were even counting their arrows. Among them were even guys writing wills for the event that the enemy sacks the fort. I became bored. There didn't seem to be anything for me to do. I had already finished everything that I could do over the last few days. At best the only thing I can help with is writing magic circles with Roxy. According to Roxy these circles are for the Saint rank magic flashover. Roxy did not learn this spell formally. Controlling it is difficult if you are not good with fire magic. However, it seems she is able to with the assistance of magic circles. Nevertheless, these magic circles are not set up for Roxy's use. These are set up so that multiple soldiers can pour magic power into them at the same time. Roxy will likely use water saint rank magic exclusively. Fire magic is not used on demon foes. It has high power, but inside a labyrinth it can cause oxygen deprivation and also possesses a high probability of splash damage. For these reasons it is not preferred. However, it is very effective on human opponents. After all, there are no human beings who are not weak to fire. When the battle begins, along with Roxy, I will be commencing magical bombardment of the enemy from the roof of the fort. We have a detailed plan, but fundamentally I'll just be bombarding the enemy. That is my role. However, there is one concern. Will I actually be able to fire? Every single time since I have come to this world I have hesitated when faced with killing a person. It's too late, I am already guilty of murder, I won't pretend to be a good little boy. In the future, I don't plan on becoming an unreasonable adult by telling kids that killing is never justified. Now that I think about it, I once told Rudyard not to kill people. In the past I have killed a man once. Senior Minister Darius. As far as that goes, Aubert as well. I did not deliver the finishing blow, but I was the one who cornered and killed him. It left a bad aftertaste. However, he was someone that had to be brought down. This time, though, the opponent is relatively innocent. Yet I'll have to kill them. This is no just cause. When you come right down to it, I am only here for Zanoba. Regardless, I will be killing many people from a distance with my magic. Unlike my fight with Aubert, this is going to be one-sided. If you ask whether I can or can't, then I can. If you ask whether I will or I won't, then I will. But when it is over, will I be okay? I wonder if I'll feel sick and retch and vomit. Then if the death god attacks, will I be able to fight properly? How are you doing, Rudy? Roxy is looking up at my troubled face. She has ink on her cheek. Come to think of it, she has been pretty calm considering this is war. Because Roxy spent her time as an adventurer, she should not have experienced war before. I wonder if she has killed anyone in the past. I certainly haven't heard that kind of story from her. Roxy. Well, it's kind of like this. But I hesitate to ask. Have you ever killed a person? In my previous life it's the kind of remark that might cause "did you mean this fellow?" to be blurted out. Ah. I understand. It absolutely can't be helped. I hear that before a fight, a man should embrace a woman to quiet his troubled heart. If it's so much that I can no longer stand then I will be troubled, but since I am Rudy's wife I can take care of that. No, it's not that kind of thing. It's something different. Even I can't get into a pink frame of mind during such a time. I mean, Roxy, that's a little disappointing. If Roxy wants to do it, I am pleased. No, let's set that aside. Alright, I'll have her listen to me. Roxy. Have you ever had times like this when you had to kill people? There has been. She replied frankly. I was taken back. Roxy, that Roxy who was immediately able to befriend the soldiers of this fort. Since I had spent a long time as an adventurer it should not be that surprising. But who was the opponent? The first party I was in. Back when I was an adventurer on the magic continent. At that time I was still only a child and, because of a fight where one of the members tried to cheat us, it became a situation where we tried to kill one another. The situation just naturally escalated, it should be that kind of thing. Just that. When I was adventuring alone. There were several more times. When I would go on trips alone often I would be targeted by kidnappers. It is because I have such an appearance of someone who would be an easy target for kidnapping. When all of their members were together I turned the tables on them and wiped them out. Oh, is that the case? This is that kind of world. No one living here can be completely clean. Roxy may have settled down. But is this your first time experiencing war? Yes, but I have stared death in the eyes many times until now. The answer was decisive. Here you won't likely have to face the enemies you kill. You can also take refuge in the rear. I can handle it. And just run. Yes. If it comes down to it, just run away and I will take over your responsibilities. I came here in order to protect Rudy. Roxy raised the hand that was holding the brush and posed while flexing her bicep. Her upper arm is soft. It's still nice and reliable. Rudy, are you afraid to kill people? Yes, I'm scared. How come? I don't know. Roxy nodded with an, I see. And wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve. The ink that had gotten on her sleeve when she took her pose is now smeared across her forehead. Even in the past Rudy was timid, but you can ride a horse even if you are scared. That reminds me, 15 years ago I was too scared to even go outside. How nostalgic. Do you have something you are having trouble with? Then please talk to me about it. Like that, Roxy was teaching me for the first time in a long while. If there is a situation where you hesitate to kill a person, don't worry about it, I will take care of it. Just don't worry about it. Is that really okay? Why? I would not be troubled if I understood it. But I think it would be bad to just not worry about it. Until recently I never thought about killing people. I have been adjusting my magic since the time I traveled the magic continent so that I could decide when to kill and when not to kill. Originally I began to adjust the power of my stone cannon so that Eris could have experience fighting demons. That experience allowed me to continue to adjust the power so that I wouldn't have to kill human opponents. The reason was because of Roger. The party of Dead End was a group that could not kill. At that time our party decided that we would not kill people. Because I was the leader I had to set a good example like that. Somehow I've continued on in that manner and it has become ingrained behavior. Precisely because I was like that for so long, deep inside the habit of hesitating has rooted. Just like someone rigidly trained as a child, I continue experiencing this repellent feeling even into adulthood. It's a kind of trauma. It's been that way through my entire journey, maybe there's no reason to worry about it after all this time. I have made it all the way here with good results. I see. Roxy brushed the bangs from her forehead. Ink has now also spread to the tip of her nose. What do you think about the hesitation yourself? Do you want to do something about it somehow?
Dude.
No, I am thinking about the people who would be lost.
Just everywhere.
In this world I have power. It is such a force that an opponent can be killed at the snap of my fingertips. Killing my opponent disturbs me. Furthermore, it is the kind of power to kill multiple opponents without rebuke. That is if there is no hesitation. Like in my future self's diary, I could become someone who has no concern for murdering anyone. I find that disturbing. Then isn't it fine? Sure, I guess. But on into the future it could become troubling. Look here. Let's say, because Rudy let this guy live he has went on to kill Prince Zanoba another time. This will provoke Rudy's anger. In war, murdering people is sanctioned by the country. The organization called the country bears the responsibility for it. So the number of people I kill in this war doesn't matter. It becomes the responsibility of Zanoba, or Pax, entirely. This is not just an excuse. This time, if Rudy is unable to use magic, I will do my best. If this causes me to run out of magic, please put me on your shoulders and escape. Well, with Roxy on my shoulders, the place we escape to might be pretty nice. Oh yeah. While laughing at my remark, Roxy picks up another jar of ink. Seeing the ink stain on her sleeve, she frowns.
Ink.
Rudy, is there some ink stuck to my face? Yes, enough that your face might just produce some magic. When I said that, Roxy took a handkerchief from her breast pocket and rubbed her face roughly. Her face is bright red. A blush came out instead of magic. Did I get it all? It's on the tip of your nose, your forehead, and cheeks. Please wipe me. In this state, I don't look like a proper wife. Alright, here I go. I take the handkerchief from Roxy and wet it with water magic. Roxy raised her face up and closed her eyes. I wiped her forehead and the tip of her nose, but her cheek I kissed. Unnoticed by me, Roxy had opened her eyes and was glaring at me reproachfully. Her face was waiting unchanged. I still have some more magic circles to write. After I'm done, let's take our time and continue with that. Yes. It seems I'll be able to continue. I waited like a dog while Roxy finished writing the magic circles. After that the two of us, alone back in our room, became soaking wet. This war. I do not know what kind of things I'll be able to do. But it will be fine so long as Roxy is here. Part 4. The next day. A report that the main enemy force will arrive by the end of today came in. Everyone in the fort became tense, we had everyone take up their positions. I also took my place on the roof of the fort. The job given to Roxy and me is to fire off magic attacks while taking orders from the magic soldier commander. Until the enemy gets here I just have to wait patiently. I am currently wearing the magic armor MK2. I set MKI up so that it's sitting down over the back of the fort. It's set up and ready for me to jump in and go. Even now, Hitagami has yet to show his hand. Will he do something when this battle is over? Or will he somehow come and take advantage of this battle? Could there be apostles among the enemy? Might there even already be an apostle in the fort? Will Pax come from behind as the true enemy? While I was feeling uneasy, something moved within the edge of my view. HMN. The back of the fort. From the opposite side of the enemy's advance. A group of armored figures separated from the fort. They seemed to have moved into the woods across the river. Somewhere around 100 people. No way, it couldn't be deserters. Excuse me, do you know what is going on over there? Yes, sir. I try to ask Mr. Billy, the company commander. Then he nodded at the group outside the fort dressed in armor. It is a military unit that was formed around His Highness Zanoba. Their task is to kill enemy soldiers who attempt to escape through the forest, to launch a surprise attack on the enemy in certain situations, and to take the head of the enemy general. What was that? What? Yes, sir. No, with Rudy-sama's arrival the need for us to protect the fort has weakened. No, I don't think I make that much of a difference. I think we are very lucky, and along with Rudius Dano came Roxy Dano. Well yeah, I'm grateful for your consideration, I understand what you want to say. It would surely become that when Zanoba leads a small unit away from the fort I would yell, this is exactly the form Hitagama's trap would take. 3. Roxy might have also reacted in the same way, given the situation. From the forest I do not think I can do as much, depending on the situation. I understand the reasoning. But then this didn't have any meaning. Because of that guy's thinking I have come here for nothing. I only came along to protect Zanoba. You could at least say goodbye before your departure. What would we have done if I had accidentally nuked you? I mean, what if our opponent knew that our supreme commander was just sitting in the woods? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Right now I should give chase. Tisk. However, before I could take action the tension in the fort spiked. The bell to announce the enemy attack resounded with a can-can. Everyone's eyes looked toward the same place. Ahead of us, the horizon is blurred by a cloud of dust. The enemy had come. Eris. TL, this area is...
Nice. Oh my gosh. Rudy's gonna have to nuke some bitches. Let's go. Easy. Alright, so how are we... Oh, there's 10 of you. Hello. Hopefully my AFK wasn't too off-putting or just me eating. Hopefully that wasn't too distracting. Good chapter, good chapter. Hello, 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 hello. Alright, I'm gonna continue. Enough stalling. I'm gonna continue on with this.
Chapter 206, War. Part 1. Zanoba has run off somewhere. Apparently he's gone to take the head of the enemy's commander. I have no idea why. I don't understand, but I cannot afford to leave my post either. However, Zanoba had made arrangement with his commanding officers in advance. I can't just recklessly take off and leave Roxy to take care of the magical offensive alone. I need to think carefully. Even if I left now, Zanoba, who is in the forest, won't be found easily. He's not alone. Since he took 100 people, then it's a military maneuver. It's obvious that I should just do what I was told. Phew. I need to calm down. Zanoba will have done all this as part of a military strategy. Therefore, I also need to move as planned. Whew. Ha.
I'm gonna stall a bit more. Give me a sec.
Okay, calm down. Now that I'm calm, I take a look at the enemy. While my thoughts were in disorder, the enemy has set up an encampment in the area before our traps. Just as planned. From that position the opponent's magic should not hit us. Well, for us it doesn't, just barely reach. When it becomes a full battle, at that point half of the enemy should enter the pitfall zone. As expected, there are a lot. It looks like there is about 3,000. All that is missing is their rear guard. That is what the men are talking about. In order to count the number of soldiers, all you have to do is look at the number of banners. Rudy. Please resist this. Roxy suddenly cried out. I looked towards the enemy. From around the center of the enemy formation, something like a tornado is rising into the sky. They are trying to fill the traps you made with earth magic all at once. Ah, they are using Earth Saint rank magic sandstorm. I see. The presence of our pitfall traps must have been confirmed by enemy scouts. In that case they are trying to fill the traps up with a large amount of earth. However, we prepared for that as well. I understand. I'll resist with violent storm hurricane. As I said that, I raised my hand up towards the forming cloud of dust. I use wind magic. Wind Saint magic, Violent storm hurricane. The name attached to this magic is a little overboard, simply speaking it's a magic to create a strong wind. However, I don't possess the title of a saint rank magician just for show. Water saint magic, cumulonimbus. Earth saint magic, sandstorm. Both of them are similar kinds of blended magic, a wind with additional attributes. It is just that this wind magic only causes wind. Even though they both use similar amounts of magic power, the power is put completely into the wind. Its power is tremendous enough that the effects of an Earth Saint rank spell are blown away. It's also very effective against demons flying in the sky. Nevertheless, the power of the spell is felt much more by those in the air than those on the ground. The reason for this is that things like trees will dampen the power of the wind as it races across the ground. According to one source, it was created in order to counter weather-changing magic in the event that they were used for war. Although that is just one theory. Even with its power dampened, if I pour enough magical power into it, it becomes strong enough to pull trees out of the ground. Generally there isn't as much power felt on the ground, but in the air it rages unobstructed. It is a thing that seems like it could have been developed to knock a flying dragon out of the sky. Though if you consider that they can fly in the air with such huge bodies, dragons must be using air magic and fighting spirit. According to another theory, I'll go bald if I use it too much. The reason seems to be that the strong wind will even uproot hair. They say the principal of the magic university lost his hair like this, but there is no credibility to that rumor. Okay, I'm calm now. Yeah. The soldiers around us break out in cheer. However, because of the great distance, there was no damage to the ground. The wind that blew away a sandstorm would normally leave some kind of trace on the ground, but perhaps it did not because it was highly directional. Or because it was directed at the sky above. Or because magic was somehow involved. Or did I make a mistake with my magic again? Oh well. That's just how it is. Rudy, they are trying again. Again. Although I think it's useless no matter how many times they try. No, it's useless. Normally, someone's magic power would run out. It's possible the enemy is using a magic formation in the same way we are. In other words, multiple people are pouring magic into magic circles. It doesn't have to be a lone saint class magician. Because they have a force 10 times the size of ours, they should have 10 times the number of magicians. It's not unreasonable for them to believe that if they continue to spam magic, we will become depleted first. Wait a minute. If I think about it, doesn't that mean there is not one of Hitagami's apostles over there? Having an apostle among them, they would be aware of me and won't show this kind of behavior. It's a waste of magicians. For now I'll just resist them until they give up. That'll be good, right? Yes. With that kind of magic. Will you be alright? I'll be fine. The sub-commander looked at me with eyes filled with fear now. Only my total aggregate magical power is large. Even if I stop 10 of those saint rank attacks I would still have power to spare. They used Sandstorm 5 more times, all of which I resisted. If I used Ranma then I could limit my power consumption, but it would absolutely fail at this distance. For now, the movement of the enemy has been stopped. Did they no longer have magicians which could power saint rank magic? Or perhaps all of the magic circles they had prepared were used up. Maybe they just realized it was a waste. I wonder if they'll attack. They will. Looking towards the enemy sub-commander, Billy spoke with a stern look. If I was the enemy's commander, I would not just charge recklessly into a battlefield that is littered with traps. I would pull back. You can misread the power of your opponent in the opening stages, so it's best to pull back and re-examine their forces. If it was me, that is what I would do. Oh. It seems that they are coming. When I look, I see that the enemy encampment has started moving. They dragged themselves along and moved towards us, slowly leaving a trail behind them. Well, anyway. They probably carefully held a strategy meeting and then came after forming a variety of plans. Pulling back would use up food and supplies and could also harm the morale of the troops. It may not be necessary to withdraw just because you were shamed in the opening maneuvers. In normal exchanges, our magicians would have used up magical power as well. In that case they would be able to pass through the pitfall zone unmolested. That is probably what they are thinking. Archers at the ready. In response to the orders from the sub-commander, Bowman came to the front. Any enemy attempting to cross the pitfall zone will be targeted by arrows. Fire. In response to the sub-commander's orders, arrows fly. We have 50 bowmen at the most. The enemy number 5,000. Their effect on the charge will be meager. The enemy commanders probably think the same way. After a brief pause a horn sounded. The enemy's advance hastened at the same time. One group of enemies slowly pick their way through, another constructs a bridge, others occasionally falling into a pit or teetering around one. In this way they advance a tiny bit at a time. Having seen the archers attack, they now advance boldly without fear of a magic attack. Well, that should be enough. Magic troop prepare. The sub-commander issues his order and magic soldiers holding one step forward. We have 20 magic soldiers in total. From that number, 8 move to the edge of the roof. The other 8 stand ready in the back. The remaining 4 come out to use the magic circle that Roxy drew. The magic soldiers on the roof ready their wands. Also Roxy, who I hadn't been watching, was out holding her wand. I should join in as well. Okay. And so I make a tight fist while psyching myself up. Most of the enemy have entered the pitfall zone. Commence chanting. The 8 people in the front begin to chant fire magic in unison. When they had gotten halfway through their chant, the 8 soldiers in the back began to chant as well. Fireball, bullet, fireball. From the 8 members of the vanguard, fireball was cast. The fireballs flew in an arc and landed in the center of the enemy formation. Several people transformed into something charred black. The ones who had fired immediately retreated and began chanting again. Fireball, bullet, fireball. The 8 people in the back then released their delayed fireballs. While maintaining a time difference of half a chant, they continued to rain down fireballs. However, countless balls of water started to fly from the enemy in groups of 4. They can't reach us at the fort, but if they hit a fireball then it is undone. I'll resist them. In the previous skirmish, it was not the case that the enemy used all of its magic power. Of course they didn't. Roxy Dano, there is a banner with a scorpion on the right side of the battlefield. Yes, I see it. The words of the sub-commander cause Roxy to turn this way. The banner with the scorpion on it is raised on the enemy's right side. Around that point is where the water bullets are flying from. In that area the magician core of the enemy should be huddled. In other words, if I can smash that group the possibility that the enemy can resist our magic will be lowered. Rudy. Should I do it? No, I can. Alright then. Roxy made a thin smile before she began chanting. I also became ready and poured magic into both of my hands. And then, I killed them. Part 2. After that, it became one-sided. They were no longer able to resist any of our magic.
That's a great way to say it.
And then, I killed them. Part 2.
And then, I killed them. I killed them. Obviously, I killed them.
And then, I killed them. Part 2.
I killed them. What the fuck, dude? man, Rudius was worried if he was gonna be nervous killing people, but bro, no, he's exact opposite. He's happy. Bro.
After that, it became one-sided. They were no longer able to resist any of our magic. Most of the remaining enemy had no method to defend themselves from the saint rank fire magic our soldiers shot out. The defeated enemy could not even easily withdraw because of the pitfalls.
I think
over the course of their retreat their chain of command dissolved and their movements became erratic. To be sure, Roxy and I then attacked with saint rank magic. They became like ants trapped in a heavy storm. They panicked and ran about wildly. Inside the pandemonium they fell into pitfalls and were struck by lightning. One after another they died. Now I understand what that person meant. People are garbage. However, not everyone was in a panic. Some of them escaped the pitfall zone, some were outside the range of our saint rank magic. There were not many, but some got within range and attacked with magic. Almost all of them were resisted, but a few hits landed on the fort killing some of our men. Enemy archers took up swords and possessed the fort. Only 300 defenders were left to meet them. Of course from the roof we cast magic on them like a rain of stones. Finally, we had worn the enemy combatants down to only a few. Some had lost the will to fight, others were still struggling. Some of them were taken prisoner and some of them were killed. I do not know the statistics involved. Our losses number relatively few. This was something that might be called a historic victory. The enemy withdrew. When the battle ended, Commander Garrick raised a shout of victory. The magic soldiers, archers, and I also broke out in cheer, our faces beaming. I also cried. I did not know whether I was pleased or not. My awareness of having killed people was lacking, but so was the sense that we had won. It was my surroundings that became filled with cheer and excitement. Those soldiers that previously had feared and avoided me ran up and clapped me on the back. Some were patting shoulders, others embracing. One of those was a young female archer. It's thanks to you, you did it, thank you. When told this, delight overflowed from me. Finally there was Roxy. Roxy leaped into my arms. She was so excited that I got an uncommon Roxy-initiated kiss. The men around us whistled and raised cheers and jeers at us. I'm happy, just happy. The source of my happiness isn't that I'm being embraced by a woman. It might be the effect of what they call group psychology. The wild enthusiasm has certainly paralyzed my heart. It's not bad. I couldn't think about the people I had killed with my own hand or anything else. I am good. Anyway, we won with almost no damage on our side. I should be happy about it. So to say that I don't have to think about it is fine. I'm fine. I did it for the first time. Surprisingly, it may not have been that big of a deal.
Don't worry about it.
This is how it is living in this world. It isn't necessary to forever be bound by the ethics of my previous life or to the rules I'd established in my youth. There is a time for the spear and a time to hold back. I should no longer hesitate if I need to kill a person. I am in control. Prince Zanoba has returned. This was said by a messenger who had come from the lower floor. During the chaos of the battle I had forgotten completely about Zanoba. I ran downstairs in the blink of an eye. But the scene at the bottom of the stairs was frightening. A group of people with clearly different hair color is surrounded by 10 of our soldiers. They were filthy with leaves, dirt, soil, soot, sweat, and blood. One of our men, a ferociousness man in splendid armor, raised his voice to greet me. Ah, Shishao. Who was this? I thought I knew who it was. Who was this with his victim's blood in his hair? There was damage all over his armor. Even his glasses were smeared with blood. Zanoba. Zanoba is Zanoba. He looked like a different person who looks exactly like Zanoba. It was so much so that I wanted to complain. I just couldn't make the connection between this man and Zanoba in my head.
Oh my gosh, he's just covered in blood.
So I swallowed my words. At
Chat,
Zanoba's feet was a kneeling figure. This guy tied up in a net was also covered in mud. It is a net that I recognize. It is the magical item that I had lent to Zanoba. Thanks to Shishao, the surprise attack was a success. We caught the enemy's commander. The soldiers around the fort are praising the dozen or so muddy warriors. The eyes they turn towards Zanoba are different than when we first came to the fort. They are different from those eyes filled with suspicion. They are eyes full of respect. I mean, only 10 men. Why are there so few? When they left there should have been almost 100. Where are the others? They were killed. They died honorably in battle. Oh, I see. If you raid that huge army with 100 people it becomes like this. But isn't it strange? Wouldn't we have won this battle even without making this raid? They shouldn't have had to make a desperate raid like that. Just what? Did you win something from the raid that would be worth the lives of 90 men? Of course we did. This person is a member of the enemy's royal family. If we negotiate with him as a hostage, the war should end. Oh, I see. I get it. Yeah. I understand now. If that's the case, then the raid was necessary. This put everything in perspective. This battle was a complete victory. Zanoba created a victory with a desperate charge. If you think about it, this may have been a worthy way to sacrifice 90 men. It's a rather small sacrifice for ending a war. No wait, I shouldn't be deceived. This time we delivered a crippling blow to the enemy. 1,000 or 2,000. Or even 3,000. Any commander with his head straight on isn't going to attack us anymore. I can't keep Shishao stuck in this fort too long. This was a fine success. Smiling, Zanoba laughed. It was that kind of thing. I guess it isn't necessary that the enemy would be stopped by just this defeat. There is the possibility that the enemy's commander doesn't have a good head on his shoulders. Even though we severely wounded them today, our enemy has the advantage in numbers. Meanwhile, without Roxy or I, the fort could easily fall. Neither of us can afford to stay here 1 or 2 years. But with the capture of an enemy royal, once a ceasefire agreement is signed,
Rudius could have just like sent a warning explosion, just be like, just nuke the area in front of them, and they're just like, huh. Well, I'm sure he's out of like magic at this point, right? He's out, right? He's out of magic power. Yeah, let's keep going over there. That was just to scare us. And then another explosion pops off right in front of them, just as big, and they're like, he has more? Yeah, he could have avoided fighting them, but yeah. He could have just nuked the land in front of them just as a warning. It's like, yeah, I could kill all of you if I wanted, but nah.
the war is over. Having gotten a hold of someone from the leadership, we can finish this surely. Without that guy's methods, this wouldn't have been possible. For example, if I was in the enemy's fort. No, even if Roxy hadn't helped me get over my hesitation and fear of killing, wouldn't things have still taken their course? However, just as expected. That saint rank magic of Shishao and Roxy Dano. In addition, this casting net of overfishing. I thought that I would be able to capture the enemy's commander eventually, but I did not expect it to go so well. Anyway,
the
under
man
cover
just
of the mess
wanted to
created by
have some
Cumulonimbus,
fun,
Zanoba successfully
be
captured the enemy's head.
Oh my
like picking up a
gosh.
chestnut from the fire. If you make a bet, you have to win it. He created a method using Roxy and myself, while just barely scraping by, got the best results from this single large battle. Haha, but there sure is a large difference between being inside that saint rank magic and seeing it from a distance. Yeah, that it is. Suddenly a chill ran down my spine. The range of Cumulonimbus is wide. It's the kind of attack that will strike the enemy in a large scope. That would mean. That is, Zanoba. Did I hit your group with lightning? Zanoba placed his hand on his chin and made a pose like he was thinking. He said with a straight face, Shishao. There are always sacrifices in war. I was right. Roxy and my lightning struck them. We were safe in the fort. Alternatively, they could have also been blown by the strong winds into our own pitfalls. It might have been a guy I was eating my rice next to. It might have been a guy Roxy had taught magic to. Even though I didn't get very involved with the men, I noticed that faces I had gotten used to seeing over the last several days were missing. And, those men's fate are the sole responsibility of the commander. Shishao, you shouldn't worry about it. Even if you say that, I feel like I've done something irreparable. Shishao, you must be tired. Please rest well for the remainder of the day.
Nice.
While saying that,
team
Zanoba
kills,
hit me lightly with a
dude.
pop, and then gently patted my shoulder. Then he took the prisoners and disappeared into the fort, while saying one thing or another to soldiers he passed. I just stood there stunned. Words would not come out anymore. I see. We must prepare for an attack by the death god. There is no time to be stunned.
If he uses a
I don't have the
nuke,
time
then
to be
that
resting.
will never
I should be near
happen.
the
Yeah,
MK.
I know.
Then let the enemy come. Part 2. That evening an assailant came. However, he was not the death god. Neither was I his target. He came to rescue the royal family member we had taken hostage early today. I did not have to kill him. He was weak. I stunned him and handed him over to a soldier of the fort. I don't know what happened to him after that. My restraint is functioning at least. I'm alright. I'm going to be okay. I am unstable, but I'm in control. I am able to control my power. So I'm okay. I continue to tell myself this all night. The death god did not come. I was not attacked. Part 4. The next morning I joined in questioning the hostage with Zanoba. He's part of the royal family of the aforementioned North Country. Whether or not they know the existence of Hitagame, no. Whether or not there was a guy in their country who made a remark or claimed to foresee the future, no. Then how did they perform the invasion collecting 5,000 soldiers in such a short period of time? They had been eyeing the Chiron kingdom for some time, working towards an invasion slowly. So then, the North Country is clean. There was no relationship with Hitagame. Or, it could be that the general idea to invade Chiron came from Hitagame. But this guy is not an apostle, certainly. This guy who became our hostage, he is just a moronic commander like you could see anywhere. Still no attack from the death god. The North Country is clean. My expectations are defeated. It's been a long time since I felt like I was just earnestly spinning my wheels. It seems that I have misunderstood something fundamental here. For example, perhaps in this particular case, there was no trap from the beginning. Far from a trap, maybe Hitagami has nothing to do with these events. Even while I think this, I remain vigilant. Partly, I may have misunderstood some meaningless thing, it's better to be prepared. Then on the 10th day, the situation changed. Chapter 207, Emergency Situation, Zanoba True Motive.
Okay. I have to end this stream sometime within the next 30 minutes. So, is this a good chapter to end on, or is it not? Should I go one more? One or two more? I'm not 100% sure on this one. Do it now, end it. Fair enough. Alright. So, this is the end. You don't know? I got 2 people saying it's good. So, I'll end it here. Next couple of chapters must be seen back to back. Alright. So, right now I'm going to end the stream. Before any of you go, if you have not subscribed already, please do. You'll be notified when next time I stream. And that will be good for you to join in immediately as soon as it starts. YouTube's being weird for some reason. It doesn't show up in the subscription feed, but I'm sure if you have notifications, I saw a few people hop into the stream with notifications, so I'm sure if you turn on notifications, it'll work. I'm not one of those guys who spams uploads, so it'll be a few. It'll only happen a few times. Also, be sure to comment below whether you want to see a 13 Sentinel stream or a Steins Gate stream, either of the two, or make your own recommendation in the chat below. That's fine too. And yeah, this is a good stream. Way longer than I expected. I only expected to go like less than 3 hours, but we managed to reach the 4-hour mark. So yeah. See y'all later. Also, be sure to put in any critiques you have about my new streaming setup, anything that I can improve. Any criticism will be appreciated. Ascendance of a Bookworm web novel? I'll see. Alright. See y'all later.